Hello.
Hello, Danielita.
How are you, Coquito?
I'm good. I'm happy that you're back. Back?
Yeah, back.
Yeah. Um. So hopefully, 'cause you were yesterday. You were at the hospital. Not that there was,
Yes.
you were okay. You just went there just to make sure that you were okay. And
Well, it was a
uh,
good thing I did.
yeah, yeah. You weren't. I mean, you weren't getting worse. You were getting better very slowly. I feel.
Yeah,
But after a week of having like a virus, you know,
because it's been 11 days.
yeah, after usually virus takes like a week to get over a virus at most, like, you know.
Yeah.
So it was strange that you still had that cough. I mean, you have that you have a, what would you call that? Like a chronic respiratory thing, condition,
Uh,
sort
what?
of. Well, you have that since you were little. You had that thing, and now
I have
when
like a terrible coughing
you
cough,
cough, yeah.
but I mean, it's not because I have something like ongoing always with my respiratory system. It's
Or
just
something
like,
happened.
yeah, not, well, it's like, because I remember I was telling you, and I think I said it here. The doctor explained to me that time that it's like the scar
Yeah,
that left,
yeah.
but it doesn't mean that I'm like struggling or that my lungs or whatever are
No,
struggling.
no. I
It's
think
just that
respiratory. Yeah, I think respiratory condition can
it's
be
just that I
anything
have
from
a
getting
funny,
colds.
horrible dog cough.
Yeah, yeah. So you still have that cough, which doesn't. When I met you, I remembered I was like, oh, that's a bad cough. Like if you were out at night, like it was very cold, you would get like a super bad cough.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I thought that was, I was like, oh, that's, what is this cough?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but then I understood that was like, that's just something that happened. Um, but now, yeah, now it seemed like you weren't able to like shake the virus off.
No, and the thing that bothered me the most
Yeah.
was first that the coughing was making me wake up in the middle of
Yes.
the night,
Yeah, you couldn't
which
rest.
I know because I remember my doctor used to say that that's when you have to go to the doctor.
Mm?
If you are get like if you're si te levanta, how do you say that?
Wake up,
If you're getting, yeah, if your cough
wakes you
is
up.
waking you up,
Yeah.
yeah. And the second one was the like the back
Yeah.
thing that was hurting me,
No, your lungs.
my lungs, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not good.
It's not great, no.
Especially the right one. The
Well,
right one was hurting. So I thought it was a good time to go to the doctor.
yeah,
And
but
I'm
you're
glad
good.
I did. Yeah.
You're good. They sent you medicine.
Yeah. They gave me a
Um,
shot
they gave you a shot.
for the infection,
Yep.
like to calm the infection. And
To
they put the shot too for opening the lungs.
Yeah. I think you're getting antibiotics for the infection, but I think the shot you got is like an anti-inflammatory, like
Yeah, cuz
super strong
yeah,
anti-inflammatory.
cuz the shot was for opening the lungs. That's
Yeah.
what the doctor told me.
Yeah, for the infection it's the antibiotics for
Yeah.
sure. Um
And an inhaler.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. As always, we always talk before doing these videos, and if you are not 100% up for it, like we just
No, I'm
won't
good.
do
I'm
it.
good.
So
Because
just so
that's also the thing. I told the doctor yesterday, and we were talking about this with you,
yeah,
because I was in the live stream the 2 days before today,
yeah,
and I was good. The thing is that when the night,
when the night comes.
exactly, when the night comes,
Yeah, temperature drops. Yeah.
it's like I can't stop coughing.
Yeah, yeah.
So
It hits you hard at night.
yeah,
Yeah, but I think it's best that you went to the hospital.
yes.
They checked everything. Your
the
lungs
the
are good.
shot, the shot
Hurt.
hurt
Mm.
so much because she put the shot, And I was like, oh no, it's not bad. And she laughed and she was like, yeah, wait for it. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
When I was walking out, it was like walk of shame. I mean, I was walking so slowly and it was hurting. Like it was like burning
Yeah, those
my
shots are painful.
butt.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
there's certain shots that are just incredibly painful.
Yeah, it was. And for
Um,
quite a bit.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping I'm happy that you went there yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm hoping that this is the a slow road because I think it's gonna be slow.
Slow row.
Slow. Well, I don't know if any of our rows are here.
Yeah, you're kind of
Uh,
being we have Robin Sita.
oh, there we go. Hi,
So
Robin.
today the slow row would be Roslyn because she's late.
Oh God, no, Danny, you're still damaged a little bit. So
But what were you saying?
slow
Slow road?
road to recovery.
Yes. And I want to be okay because I have a concert.
You have a concert on Sunday.
Yeah. And I asked the doctor, and she was like, well, if the medicine works,
Yeah,
you could go, but you have to take your inhaler
yeah.
and you have to promise me that you're going to go super like covered,
Aeropated.
aeropated. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was like layers and layers and layers.
Oh my God,
But
the
I
bag
think-
lady here.
But no, and she told me like, but I think you have to be honest.
Yeah,
Because if you're not feeling better,
yeah.
and if you know that the nights are still affecting you, then you shouldn't. Because it could be like terrible.
Yeah, I think you
So-
should go. You should risk it.
Risk it for Dua Lipa.
I think you should. I think you should.
The sad thing is that I got the tickets because I'm gonna go with my sister and
Like
her
a
fiance.
year ago.
Like
I
a
don't
year
remember.
ago.
Yeah, I remember you putting me, you putting me to like go.
And we were, like, refreshing.
8 o'clock.
Yeah,
you
'cause-
have to get in.
Because there was like a pre-sale
Yeah, I have like
because
So-
of your bank. So, your
they
bank
were,
account.
Yeah, so they were if you had like credit cards with a specific bank, which is like the bank that is bringing her here, one of the sponsors.
Yeah.
Then you had a chance to buy before everyone else.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the tickets like disappear super quickly.
No, and I remember because I don't know if you remember that we went there and we clicked for the 3 tickets in the place I wanted to,
Yeah.
and it said like they're not enough. And then I said refresh. We refreshed the page and
Yeah.
we could buy them.
Yeah.
And I remember my sister was telling me, no, we had friends that had to buy the other ticket because the page said that there were not enough. And I was like, Nati, I refreshed the page and I got them.
Yeah.
She was like, yes. Yeah. So,
So I think you should go. You should go. Let it be your last concert ever.
no, don't say that. No, I have to see. I mean, I have to be like very honest to myself.
Of course.
Because if I'm not feeling okay, I mean,
No.
it's in a place that's like an open place.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I have to be honest with you. If this was like my one chance to go to like Anfield to see Liverpool, bury me there. Like I was gonna go, you know.
Yeah, I
would-
don't know if Dua Lipa
I-
for me is your Liverpool.
She's not your Liverpool, no.
Well, I like her music very much. I think she's gorgeous. She's amazing. She's very talented. And I would love to go, but I also love
Being
I
alive,
love my health.
my life.
So we'll see. But as for now, I'm saying that I'm going. So I have to get better.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
Yes. No, and I have to say, I mean, the shot helped me a lot
Yeah,
because I was able for like for the first night
yeah,
to sleep like laying down. It sounds dumb, but I was sleeping like 90-degree because I was sitting down because I couldn't lay in the bed.
yeah.
Because if I was laying, I couldn't breathe and I would start coughing. So,
There is hope.
that's like an upgrade. Yeah.
Well, I hope you're able to do what you want to do. But again, if you don't feel better, if you don't feel like doing any of these videos,
No, the
We
videos
are
I'm
totally
okay.
fine. We can keep working. Like, it's totally fine.
No, I'm super good here. I miss I always miss being here when I'm not. So
So what are we gonna do today, Daniel Ira? Finally, we're good.
finally the oh,
Yeah, we're
I'm sorry. I
no,
thought
no,
you
no.
were
You go
asking. So I
ahead.
was like, I don't
No, no,
know.
no. I'm
Finally
trying to talk so that you don't have to. But if you
the
want to talk,
the
that's totally fine. Do you want to do
upper
it?
drawing, I would call, because it's not under
The upper drawing. Okay, yeah. That's
upper
super
drawing.
lame, but it's not terribly like misleading, I would say. So yeah, we're doing the like a version of which should be our underdrawing, but we're doing it on a layer of paint that's very quickly. Once we put a lot of drawing on top of it, very quickly becomes, instead of viewing it as a painting, like as a finished painting, we're gonna understand it as a beginning. It
Hmm.
was that's just what it was. It was a beginning, and a lot of things are going to be off, and that's when it gets to be exciting, when you realize that you're drawing on top of this and you're going to have to shift and change and adjust a lot of things in the subsequent layers of paint that you're going to put on top.
Yeah.
And that's super cool. That's totally fine. Like, that should never be something that's scary. So I'm gonna start up here, and then we're kind of going to expand towards the rest of the painting. I don't know if we can cover the whole painting today, but hopefully what we can cover, it will be enough. We're going to be doing enough mark making so that we can um, redirect the painting in a way where we feel, okay, this is a little more comfortable for me. This feels better. This feels a little bit better. Better in the sense that it gets closer to the image that you wanted to do.
Hmm.
A ton of things are going to be sacrificed. If somebody liked the very bold kind of brush marks that were going on here, the sort of edge work that was happening, the really rough edge work, kind of um, organic edge work that was happening during in this blocking stage of the painting. That's, I mean, it's not going to disappear, but it's going to be different once we get to start painting again. Um, there are things that are going to go away, but hopefully the things that stay justify why they're staying, and hopefully the things that we add on to it and the things that we're able to um, progress or to further develop are also going to give us like enough of a justification for doing this. Are Can we risk ruining everything that's here? Yes, 100%. 100%. But I think that every time we touch a painting, that the risk is imminent. I mean, every time you load your brush and you're about to put it down on your painting, the risk of ruining hours and hours of work is there with every single stroke. So I don't think anything changes, to be honest. There's nothing that changes. For the people, because a lot of people wrote me DMs and also wrote it in the comments of Samu's last painting, I decided to keep it. I think it was I
Do you
got.
want me to like to hand you the painting so you
Oh,
can
we can
show it?
show it in the end if you want,
Okay.
but don't worry, Danny. But and thank you for that.
No.
No, I realized that I got caught up in kind of developing the painting just a little bit more than what I would have wanted.
Hmm.
And what I mean by more than what I would have wanted is that there's a like an openness to this painting that
Hmm.
serves its purpose perfectly. But in Samu's case, in the painting of that I did of Samu, I think it was, I don't know, I got caught up. I got excited about it. And even though it's a very blocky painting, it's a very expressive painting, it's resolved with very big kind of decisions of paint. There's something about it that just seems like this is cool. And even I was struggling a lot at the end of the video, and you guys could, if you guys are rewatching it, or if you guys want to listen to me at the end, I was trying to convince myself that I could see it as an underpainting. But I remember I was fighting with my brain because my brain was saying, oh, there's a lot of things that I like about this,
Mm.
which I said the same things when I was looking at this one. But in this one, I was like, no, but there's so much to do that I'm fine. I'm totally fine with reworking this painting. In Samu's case, I think it's a smaller painting. I think it's very nice where that painting concluded, and I want to keep it. So that painting is in our storefront if anyone's interested, because I just thought it's one of those things that, I mean, you're allowed to always change your mind, and you're allowed, even though there was an intent to that painting, I'm never going to be super stubborn and just force myself into a painting, into making a painting just become like a different exercise. In fact, if that was the only exercise that we were doing, where we were doing an underpainting and then drawing on top of it, maybe I would have been like, okay, I got to see this through. But we have this one and then two others where we're doing an opposite thing. So I think there's going to be ample opportunities in these three other paintings where we can see differences. So with that one, I was like, I like it. I actually really like it. I like seeing Samu again. I don't paint Samu that much just because he doesn't really like to pose or to, have pictures taken, and that's fine. He's just gotten older. Like Fer knows how to be super histrionic, and she knows that if I ask her to stay still, she'll do it. Samu, once I ask him, he starts asking why, or then he starts laughing, and then he just completely misses like that beautiful pose that he had at one specific moment. So they're just different people, and I totally respect that he would feel maybe a little more uncomfortable posing or staying still for a photo. So I'm fine with that, even though I do think he likes when I paint him. So we're gonna leave it at that. He was happy when he saw the painting too. So maybe that changed my mind a little bit. When he saw it in the afternoon, late in the afternoon, he liked it. He like genuinely liked it. And I love when my son or daughter, they like what I do. Like they have a special interest in what I do. For example, there's a Hulk paint, me as a Hulk, that never sold, and Fer really liked that painting. For some reason, she said, "I love this painting," and I was like, "Well, it never sold. You can have it." And she was like super happy because it's like one of the I think it's the only time that she said, "I really like that painting, and can I have it?" And I was like, "Of course
I
you
think
can
she
have it."
said, I love it.
Yeah. It's very strange. It's
Yeah.
very strange. So I was like, yeah, of course. I mean, that's amazing. Of course you can have that painting. So, anyways, so we're gonna go ahead and do this. There's the purpose in, or the nature of the drawing that we're gonna do. By the way, I'm using a quinacridone magenta to draw on top of this. Why reds? I don't know. I just like them. I think they're a little loud but nice, like a nice loud. And I love having that kind of red tone for my underdrawing. So that kind of that echoes the color pencils that I use. So I'm super super comfortable using this particular color. And I'm using liquid, and I've already sealed this layer of paint, this first layer of paint with liquid. So so that's what we have. That's what we're working with today. And I'm not no, take your time. um I'm not going to be scared about making like bad decisions while I'm drawing. Like if I have to make a lot of like pentimenti, if I have to draw and redraw and redraw, then so be it. That's what we're going to do. That's totally, totally fine. The purpose of this is not just to have this beautiful drawing now on top of this painting. It's just to kind of find our way. Kind of. And we're using the masses of color to give us a sense of where the placement of those lines can be. But are we going to be hitting those marks perfectly? Probably not. Probably not. And I have to be okay with that.
I'm back.
Yeah, take your time.
No, I'm good.
Don't take your time.
No, I'm good. I was saying I'm good.
Okay.
So, is it okay if we say hi?
It's if you feel like saying hi.
Yes, always.
Okay.
So, Miriam Díaz, mi
Oh,
cholis.
the choli bean.
Hola, mami. Hola, mami. Suena.
Mm,
Hola,
no,
es mi
no.
mamá. Hola,
No,
ma.
is it? I
Hola,
mean,
mami. Sí,
it's
pero suena como hola, mami. No sé.
no, es tu
Sí.
mamá.
Hola, mi cholis. ¿Cómo estás? Dice buenas tardes, mis amores. Pero creo que ya no está, pero no sé.
Todas las veces que la saludas dices eso, pero ya es tu costumbre, entonces la puedes.
Es que ya sé que no está.
Sí, siempre es. Hola, mami.
Buenas
¿Cómo
tardes, mis
estás?
amores.
Te quiero
Enter,
mucho,
salir de
mamita
YouTube.
divina, pero creo que ya no está.
Pero es
Pero
por
creo
si
que ya no
acaso,
está.
por si de pronto está, pues que sepa que la saludamos de vuelta. Pedro Vicente dice buenos días, hello. Hola Pedro Vicente, ¿qué tal?
Buenos días.
Nicholas Mijarovich was saying hello. I'm
Number
super
4.
excited for this one.
Oh, extra pressure for me.
Hey Nicola. Bruno V. Bruno V. Dice buenas, ¿cómo van? Hola Bruno, muy bien. ¿Cómo está Bruno? Fred Stone was saying hola from Maryland. Glad you're doing better, Danny. Thank you. Thank you, Fred, so much. Robin Sita West, 13, was
Who
saying
is that?
hello. And
Who is
Robin
this?
Sita was also saying very slow.
Yeah.
Guillaume Lheureux was saying hello, everyone. Hey, Guillaume.
Hey, Guillaume.
Carla Anglada was saying hello, everyone. Oh, this is beautiful already, was
Oh.
saying Carla.
Oh, we've barely touched it, Carla, but thank you.
But maybe they were not aware of the first session.
Yeah.
So
Let's see. Hopefully we can build upon the things that we have here and do a good job, or at least avoid ruining it entirely. I think I'm going to ruin it a little bit, but not entirely.
Catherine was saying hello, everyone. Fingers crossed for a super speedy recovery. Yes, for Dua Lipa. Elaine Shukri was saying morning all. Hope you're feeling better, Danny. Great mug, Danny. Oh, thank you. I love that people compliment my SpongeBob mug.
It
And
is
I
a good
have it.
mug.
It is.
is
I
it is
loved it.
a very good mug.
As soon as I saw it,
Oh yeah.
I was like, Nicolas, I have to buy this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We made sure that it got here in good shape when we
Yeah, because we were
when we did
traveling.
that trip. Yeah.
Yeah. And I
I think
brought
it was
it
probably
back
the
home.
most protected thing in our luggage.
Yeah. I was like, because I remember I put like socks inside of it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I was like wrapping shirts
Yeah.
and like shorts and pants and whatever.
Yeah.
So I was afraid that maybe it seemed a little weird,
Sus.
and they were like,
Yeah.
"We have to open this luggage," but no, it arrived perfectly, perfect. In
Yeah, usually
perfect shape.
coming here, our return trips are usually pretty okay. I mean, I very rarely see that they open my luggage in my return trips.
Yeah, when we
When we
were
go to
leaving our
any other
country,
place in the world, when we're traveling from home, oh yeah, that's
I think we've talked about this, but the worst time
yeah.
was last time. I mean, when we went to Rome,
I think it
I
was bad for
packed
you because you
yeah,
did like
like a Marie Kondo
yeah, you're
luggage.
usually not very good at packing. I
No,
have to
I
say.
am.
Not really.
No, because I'm organized. The thing is that
You're
I
organized, but
overpacked.
yeah, you're
I
organized, but
overpacked.
there's always I always look at what you're packing and I'm always like, I could have packed that in a third of the space that you're using.
But I'm just like folding it in a way that it does not arrive like super terrible, like in terrible shape.
You know how why I know? Because my bags always are like perfect when I get them. It's like everything is like perfectly like it's perfect. And I know that your bags are usually carrying like a ton more stuff. Like you carry, you travel with a lot more stuff than I do.
No, but I didn't to Rome.
Yeah.
Because remember, I had
I mean-
half of the luggage.
No, but it's still like if you just for like you usually carry, although I did put a lot of that stuff in my luggage.
No,
Like
that was
shampoo stuff and creams and
no,
all
no,
that.
no. That was in Madrid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, but you usually like I don't think this is a bad thing. I think it's just
No,
it is
no,
what it
because I
is.
said I overpack. Well, which, by the way, I mean, Robin Sita is here, so maybe she's gonna understand and she's gonna laugh because we went to Menorca. We were in Menorca in Nicolas' workshop, but we were in a. It's not like we were visiting the cities all the time.
No.
So the only thing I bought was a conditioner because I forgot my conditioner back home, and I think that's it. And like a detangler cream or whatever.
Essentials.
When we were traveling from Menorca to Madrid, my luggage was 3 kilograms more heavy.
Yeah, so about 7 pounds heavier.
Why? I have no idea.
Mm.
Nicolas was laughing, and I was like, I have no idea because, I mean, there's no way
Oh, you find
that
a
a
way.
detangler and a conditioner
Oh, you
would
find a
weigh
way.
3 kilograms.
Life finds a way.
So
You're the Jurassic Park of like
yeah,
packing.
yeah, that was Robin was saying dirt. Yeah, it was. Yeah,
Luggage is like retaining water.
yeah, the water of the pool
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
with cow hairs.
Oh, Jesus.
and
I
cow
was
dirt.
swallowing up. I was drinking that water.
You were gonna
in the
sleep
pool.
like that. I remember.
Yeah.
You were
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I'm so tired, and I was like, you're not gonna get inside our bed.
Yeah.
Please take a shower.
It's
That's
like, why?
And I was like, you were swimming with a cow, and you were like, oh my god, that's true, because
Yeah.
you didn't even like realize. in the
No, no, no. I was spitting. I was spitting that water. You know, if you're in a pool, you're like constantly like taking water in. And I remember just at some point realizing I'm like, drinking and spitting all this water with like cow in it.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Maybe that's
And
what,
you were like super bruised
yeah. But maybe that's why I'm not sick and you're sick.
because of the cow.
I got the cow antibodies.
Robin said cow patties. Oh, gav gav. So Katya Belilovsky. So
Look at
we
that.
have
We're
calling
mentioning
the
the
Menorca
cows and
of the Menorca.
yeah. That's
Yeah. So Katya was saying, "Hello, Danny. Are you feeling better?" Yes, yes, Katya, I am. And I think that the medicine I got yesterday is going to help me. Fingers crossed. To be okay for the weekend. And Katya was saying, "Can't believe I'm finally here and we're back in Menorca cow party." Yeah, because I mean we haven't talked about this in a while.
No,
So
I
it
mean,
was
we
like
talked about
perfect
this.
time.
We
No,
talked
in a
about it.
while.
Okay,
So
yeah.
it's like perfect timing for Katya. She was like, "What? Cows in a pool? I'm joining this live stream." Um, yeah. But what I was trying to say is that I packed perfectly my luggage for Rome, and I mean, it's a big luggage, and I only packed half of the luggage, and it has like a zipper to to have like one side in one side and the other in the other. I don't know if I'm making sense, but it has like a mesh zipper. Yeah?
Oh,
Is
you're.
that a good
Oh,
way?
this is you. This is all you, Danny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. So you can have like the things of the right side in the right side, the things of the left side in the left side, because there's a zipper with mesh that
Separates both.
separates
Yeah.
them. Yeah. So I had everything in one side with the zipper,
Mm-hmm.
super like perfectly packed.
Yeah.
And when we arrived and I opened that, I think they opened the luggage like throwing things around.
I think they tried all your clothes out.
Yeah. I mean, the shirts, dresses, everything were like, they were like, como digo, como abultadas.
Abulted.
Ay. I mean, they were folded. Like I rolled them and they were just like balls, like a cumulus.
Okay.
How do I say that? What's
Yeah.
happening, Nicolas? It was the shot. It's the medicine. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was like a big mass of clothes.
You've had that shot for like 27 years.
And I had my sandals in a bag so they wouldn't like get dirt in my clothes. They took the sandals out of the bag
Oh, they tried them on.
and they were like just like floating with all the dirt with my clothes.
Yeah.
So,
My bag was perfect.
yeah. Yeah.
My bag was untouched. Well, no, they
No, no,
always open
no.
it up. Yeah, they
Yeah.
always open it up because of the
Untouched?
paint.
No.
Nah, because of paint, they always open it up.
The
well,
thing is
because
that
it's us.
I think
because
you
it's-
didn't realize because yours wasn't as perfectly packed. So you were like, oh, they open it. But in mine, you could like 1,000% see it because
My-
I had everything like tight there. So I
no,
knew
my
it was
packing is good. My packing is good. And don't throw shade at my packing.
not throwing shade. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that you pack your things, but they move around.
They don't. I always put the straps on.
But they
those like
move
little
around.
straps. Like I always tighten the crap out of those, and nothing moves. Nothing.
Yeah, but mines were with the mesh, with the zipper.
Oh, there we go.
So they were like
Straps.
perfectly like
straps before
there.
mesh.
no.
That's what we're learning here.
No. Let's see. Rawan was saying, haha, I love the SpongeBob mug. It's a yellow day today. Oh yeah, I'm combining with the painting with my mug.
Mm.
Olga Maria Benninghoff.
I don't know who's that.
Your mom was saying, hi Nicolas, hi Danny. Hola Olguita, ¿cómo estás?
Hi, Nicholas was saying.
Hi
Olgis.
Nicolas.
Mm.
Sino Nicolas. Nicolas.
Nikito.
Johnny Matatiao was saying
best
hello.
name.
Hey Johnny. Marcelo Peralta dice hi Danny and Nico. Hi chat. Hey Marcelo, how are you?
Hey, Marcelo.
Emily painting elk.
Oh.
Emily was saying hi all.
Hey, Emily.
Just back from a week-long camping trip. Had an awesome time, but suffered OPL withdrawals.
like Danny did.
Yeah, I did, and it was like one day. But I had. Do you say I had FOMO? No,
Suffered from FOMO.
I suffered
maybe.
from FOMO.
Yeah, maybe. I don't
Yeah.
know if you can have FOMO.
Well,
just-
it's I have fear of missing out. So
Yeah, but you suffer like you're feeling it. I don't know. I mean, you can, of course, but
And Emily was saying, "Oh, that cough doesn't sound good. I hope you're on the med, Danny."
yeah.
Yes. And yes, but that's what we were saying the last time, that my regular coughing sounds ill even if it's not.
Yes.
Yeah. So
That sounds weird, but it's just like a thing that, that's it's what she has. Let's
it's like the scar that
yeah, it's pretty
a
rough.
no, but that's the way she described it to me, and I mean that's why I said the last time it's like a souvenir. The
Okay.
souvenir I got from that hospitalization.
Yeah.
It sounds worst. It's just that's the sound of my cough.
Well, yeah, it sounded like somebody stabbed you in your room when you were
No.
staying at a hospital.
No, I thought it was a good way to explain it
It's
to a
a
kid.
souvenir.
No, because she was like, it's like a scar. It's like when you fall and you're okay, and I mean, like you have you had a scratch, and it's okay, and time has passed, but you can see the scar that left, and that's my cough. So I think that was a good way to explain it to a kid. Happy
Happy to have you.
happy to have you. Have
Oof.
Javi was saying hello. Been popping in and out for a couple of weeks. Super busy with work and school. Might be able to squeeze in a full stream today. Loved yesterday's painting and excited about this one today.
Oh, thank you. Javi.
Liad was saying, how are you feeling, Danny? I'm feeling good, Liad.
Better, I would
I'm
say.
feeling better.
Better. I don't know if you're good.
But
Like
I'm
if we
feeling
have to
better.
be honest.
Yeah, but better.
But you have gotten better, with the passing of days, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
That's why we were able to joke a little bit about it. I wouldn't want anyone here to think that we were just not being responsible with
No,
how
no,
you
no.
felt or no. Oh crap. This came off. Um no, not at all. We were very cautious. So much so that when things seemed like they weren't really getting any better, that's when Danny was like, I'm probably gonna go to a hospital. Like,
Yes.
this is probably like the best thing to do right now. So, so no. So we were hoping that it was gonna take, you know, viruses are weird and um we thought that it was maybe like a same virus that maybe Samu or Fer had from school. Like, if you have kids, if you know what I'm talking about, like when kids are very young, when they start like kindergarten, oh my God, like kindergarten viruses are like probably some of the strongest things in the universe, I
Oh, my
feel.
cousin, he's
Yeah,
like,
no, my God.
yeah.
I've never seen greener mucus, like greener snot
Well, because
than
you haven't seen mine
no, but
at the moment.
when a kid comes from kindergarten with like, something, and they're always kind of sick, but if you catch it as an adult, whatever they have when they're like
Oh, it's
4,
like you have to
it's like
stay in
death.
bed.
It's
Yeah.
like death. It's like death incarnate. It's like the bacteria of death. Um, it's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. And I think that the immune system of kids, of like, kids and preteens, and it got messed up with like almost in here in Colombia was like about a year and a half without going out.
Yeah.
And if you're not going out, like your immune system just goes to sleep.
Mm.
Because if you go out, you're constantly like, in contact with viruses and all kinds of like weird crap, and your body's like working overtime. But I think everyone was like, I mean, as soon as school started again here, everyone was sick.
Yeah.
Everyone was sick. And I think it's still like that. So, vacation, summer vacation, kids were okay, perfect. As soon as they go back to school, like Samu was like latter half of August and Fer was beginning of September, they got sick like the first week. First week back, they got sick.
Mm.
So I thought, well, maybe it's, maybe they're getting some of that school virus, whatever that is, that soup of viruses back. They're bringing it here. But I didn't get sick and they didn't get really sick. Like
No, they were
Samu
like,
had like a cough and he had
yeah.
like, and he was saying, oh, I have a sore throat. But I'm like my mother, that it's like when, if my mother, I think I missed in 12 years that I went to my school, that same school. I think I missed one day, maybe,
Mm.
maybe. And you would think I'm exaggerating. Talk to my sisters, talk to my brother and my sisters. My mother, you would have to be like carrying your arm, like your bloody arm, like this. You would have a stump and you're carrying your bloody arm. And my mother would be like, I'm going to get a band aid. And you go, and you're going to have to run to catch your bus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you would have to be dying for my mother to say, don't go to school. So I was always like going to school. So I'm kind of like that with my kids too. I have to accept it, that if I don't see them, because Samu has a tendency to take a little advantage of maybe, you know, thinking that he can get away with like coughing a little bit in the morning and then saying, I don't know, I don't feel that good.
Yeah.
And usually all these efforts in trying to feel or it's very sus that he gets like the coughing attacks the day he's got like some exam.
Yeah, he has like
Oh,
a
it's very,
test
yeah,
or
he has a test and it's like so weird, but
yeah,
I don't
because he's
feel
like, I'm
great today.
feeling bad. And then
Yeah.
like 2 days after, he's like, well, I had a quiz
Yeah.
and it wasn't that great.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
Dad,
that's like,
I didn't do that.
and you're always like, oh, was that on Monday? And he's
Yeah.
like, yeah, how do you know? Well, because that's the day he wanted to
Yeah, that's the
skip
day
class.
you barely woke up.
Yeah.
So I'm always like, you can get up. Like, oh, you look fine. I'm always of the, oh, you're fine.
No, and I mean, I remember, I think it was Fer that was here with us a couple of days. I think it was last year because she was sick.
Last year.
Yeah, I think it was one day or 2
Okay.
days,
I don't remember.
but she was sick.
Oh, I remember. Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
but she was like sick. It wasn't like, oh, I'm feeling bad. No.
Nah, she had a fever.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I remember that. But yeah, I mean, if it was for Samu, he was even, I mean, he was joking, but he was like, Danny, cough on top of me so I don't have to go to school. And I was like, Samu, what are you saying? I mean, yeah.
You know what I used to hear when I was in school?
What?
That if you slept with a chalk under your tongue, the next day you would have like a super high fever.
A chalk?
Yeah, like a chalk.
Nicolas, who would do that?
A lot of people
Like-
in school did it.
You're like, why would you have a fever? Are you like intoxicating yourself?
Nah, chalk does nothing to you. Calcium carbonate.
Well,
That's nothing.
yeah.
That's inert, I feel. So no, it does nothing. But it was one of those things that I used to remember hearing a lot in school. It's like, you know what'll get you a fever? What'll give you a fever so you can skip school? Just sleep with a piece of chalk like under your tongue.
I remember my mom told me that when she was young and she was in her grandma's house, she was like having a sleepover
Yeah.
with his cousins, and they didn't want to go the next day to like the chapel or something. Like they had to go
Get married.
somewhere. No, like to the mass.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think it was my mom that said if you put Vig Vapor Rub
Big
or
Vaporub.
Big Vaporub, under your eyes, it will make you cry.
Under your. What do
Yeah,
you mean?
like
under?
in the-
Oh,
in the
like
under-
okay.
yeah.
Yeah. The vapors are gonna irritate your eyes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe you can miss the mass.
Yeah.
And the cousin of my mom took the Vig Vapor Rub and put it on his eyes.
In his eyes.
Inside his eyes.
Oh my God.
So he was like, he
Yeah,
couldn't
that's not great.
attend mass because he was like
No.
barely
Yeah.
able to open his eyes.
Is that your blind uncle?
No, Nicolas.
I'm kidding.
Elaine Shukri was saying that is hilarious, Nicolas. Kids are walking germy critters
They're horrible.
and crying emojis. My boys are not so germy anymore, but just gross in general, said Elaine. Yeah, but my little cousin,
Oh no, kids and
He's like-
every single kid in
he's
kindergarten.
okay 1 week. He has the flu the next week. Then good 1 week. Then 2 weeks of flu. So, yeah.
Well, that's your body training itself. Like that's just how it goes.
Yeah. So where was I?
I think we have pretty good immune systems here in Colombia. I don't know why I feel like
I thought you said
In
we,
this house?
as in you and me, and I was
No,
like,
you? I mean,
don't
look at you.
think so." No,
but I see
I have
like
to be honest.
sometimes I look at you like out of the corner of my eye, I see like a dark cloud like right on top of you.
That's
It scares me a
horrible.
little bit.
I
It's kind of scary.
That's not something cool to say.
I know. Tell me about it.
Julián
Stare death
Cabrera
in the eye.
Dice hola a todos. Scravamatsu was saying hello, Nick and Danny. Nicolas, have you ever painted a weapon?
Have I ever painted a
No.
weapon? Well, I painted a staple gun. I mean,
You painted
palette knives. I'm sure you could like beat the crap out of somebody with a palette knife. No, weapons as in like guns? No. I'm not terribly attracted to guns, to be honest. My very instinctual animal desires for that I do think almost every single human being has, just because we're animals. My instinctual desire to like have these violent fantasies, all of them take place in like video games. All of them. Or when I would draw.
Violent fantasies,
I think
Nicolai?
human beings have violent fantasies. I mean, it's no surprise that people love video games where you kill stuff. I mean, even if you're Mario and you're stomping on like mushrooms or turtles, there's you're an animal. But what's healthy about it, and this is why people are dumb because they don't understand that video games don't cause violence. Like for millions of people, the outlet of that, whatever that instinctual thing is that you let it out in a video game. You let it out, and it's fine, and it's totally fine. Um, but I think competitiveness. I think that's a very violent thing. Competitiveness. If you look at any sport, like from boxing or wrestling or soccer, football, basketball. If you're running, any athletics, there is this like there's something about us that wants to like be better than our competition and wants to beat them, so I don't know, but I don't like I've never been attracted to that. I was always attracted to that in like toys, but it was fantasies. Like when I was little, I would put two monsters to fight. Like I would draw monsters fighting. My brother was amazing. My brother had like the most awesome imagination. Like when I was young, I used to always want to be my brother. He would draw so much better than I could. And he would have like two teams and he would have them at war. He would draw these enormous wars like in his notebooks, and they were all like attacking. They're like a red team and he would use, I think he would use two colors maybe, or maybe not. That's too sophisticated for that time. But there would be a way where you could tell like the two teams apart, and it was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. So I do think you can live those fantasies in different ways that don't involve like I don't know, having some sort of adoration for weapons. I'm respectful, but I don't. That's not my world. Like that's not my world or Danny's world. I don't know. Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I did. I painted my father. Do you remember that painting? That's a weird painting.
Yeah.
My
Mm,
father used to have
yeah, with the like a rifle.
yeah, shotguns. He used to use them to hunt um birds. Yeah, and he had permits for them.
But did he use them?
Yeah, for some time. Like when I was, my mother says that when I was little, when I was a toddler, he used to go out and hunt, and he'd go
Where?
to the mountain, like in La Calera, or like
Yeah,
he used
because
to
here
go up.
it's not like.
No, you can't go in Bogota
No,
and
of course
hunt
not. But I was
pigeons.
gonna say it's not like usual.
No, well, I think there's probably a place that you can go do that for sure.
Hunt?
I'm sure. Like hunting, like well, you can't. There's certain animals that of course, can't hunt. But
Of course, but
but no, but if you go to like Llanos Orientales, they hunt over there. Of course, they
yeah,
hunt.
no, but that's why I said in Bogota. Near
Yeah, no,
Bogota,
I
there's
think if you
no
go up
more.
to the mountain, and if you're in some sort of ranch or whatever, and you want to shoot some whatever birds, you want to shoot. I'm guessing that was, if he had permits for those for hunting, it's something that was done here at some point.
Well, because I'm reading,
Yeah.
and according to this, now it's prohibited,
Okay.
like at all.
Okay.
Like
In Bogota.
hunting as a sport in
Okay.
Colombia,
Oh,
it
okay.
says.
Yeah.
And it said uh, that before there were only 6 species of animal that could be hunted.
Like pheasants and stuff, I feel.
Two kind of ducks.
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 Yeah, just so it doesn't sound like dogs.
No, I didn't say dog. I said ducks.
Okay. Sounds like dog.
Uh, bird, another bird, and venado,
Yeah, so that was my
a
father.
deer.
So the birds that was my father, and he used to have like a bunch of maybe 2 or 3 shotguns, I think, in the house. He used to have the casings, the shells in the bottom drawer. I would always look at those, all the time. I would play with those. It was kind of weird. We had no education in that when I was little. But no, and when I painted him as a hunter, I did this weird painting of him as a hunter with a cube on his head, and he wore like the straps for his like the what is that called? The those straps that you put on your chest that have all the shells.
I have no
Oh
idea.
man, what's that called? Oh, I forget. But yeah, I painted him like that, and he loved posing like that. But I remember, he was sort of proud. I remember he used to say that he got a medal for because he was a good shot in the army. So, that's my father. He's just different than I am. So, but I've never been interested. No, never really been interested in like, weapons of that sort. No,
Or like
can't say.
weapons at all. Because you
Well,
said in that of that sword.
yeah,
Sword.
no, it's just that I'm thinking super abstractly, and I'm like, what's a weapon? Like, weapon is anything. I don't know. But yeah, guns, for example, firearms. No, I'm not really interested, to be honest.
Jaime Aguirre dice buenas, buenas, ¿cómo van? Hola Jaime, ¿qué
Jaime,
tal?
¿cómo está?
Rawan was saying this week I was traveling back home and I made sure to put all the paint in my backpack to avoid having my luggage opened.
What? And can you travel with paint on your back on your personal? Like, we can't travel
No,
with
I think
paint
we
on
can't.
our what is that called, Danny?
Your baggage? Because
Well, your
it's
personal
baggage, like personal item.
your person yeah, we can't. Like, you can't carry paint
In your
with you.
carry-on.
Yeah,
I
in your
think that's
carry-on, no. Usually, I don't think there's an airline that allows that.
Oh, Rawan was saying it was border control, not an airport.
Okay, okay, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
there we
yeah.
go. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because I think that flying you can't.
No, no, no.
Marciel was saying still watching all your painting antics. Antics?
Antics, yeah.
Marcelo Peralta was saying OPL withdrawals are real. They were for me.
Like I said, Danny was feeling it.
I think that's what made me
That
very
was,
ill.
yeah, that's what was not helping you get better.
Emily was saying Marcelo Peralta, indeed. I just had to take a phone call and I was like, grr. Or, I don't know how to say to read that.
Yeah, grr sounds like,
Yeah,
oh,
but it's
like
GRR. So,
Grr.
yeah. Let's see.
If I do that, I hear like Conan O'Brien in my brain.
If you do how?
The grrr. He always jokes with that little sound.
Flores Ravelo dice, esto me recuerda a Junior, el personaje de la película Sin City.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about him. Qué pena,
Está
qué pena, en
hablando en
español.
español.
Blah, 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 blah.
Sí,
Es que el cerebro se me apaga. Sí, estábamos hablando.
pues lo raro es que se prenda.
Estábamos hablando de eso el otro día.
Liad was saying, Danny, you should dress up as Death for Halloween.
Danny would make a
Do
killer.
you
Death.
celebrate Halloween in Colombia? Yeah, of course we do. Yeah.
I have to
Death.
show you the comic book Death.
I want to Google it.
Oh, she's so cool. So put Sandman Death comic books. Because maybe you get the character from the show, and like I said, I think she's the best. I really do feel
Is it her? I'm
her
sorry.
and Morpheus. Yeah. She's very goth. She's super goth.
Oh, but I would need my dark hair.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you would make like a killer cosplay for Death.
I remember when I was in school and The Incredibles went out.
Uh-huh.
My friends were telling me that I should dress up as Violet. Yeah.
Yeah.
But my sister ended up dressing up like Violet.
Yeah.
The thing is that when I was in school
Mm-hmm.
and I was younger,
Yeah.
so like before The Incredibles, I
Yeah.
was maybe like 10 years old. And I used like like a strand of hair and my como digo balaca
Oof. I don't know. I mean,
headband and my
okay.
headband.
Yeah.
So when the Incredibles were launched,
Launched. Okay. Yeah. Into
uh
space.
that was like a throwback
Oh, to
to
old you.
how I was. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
So, but I think, well, now I have red hair,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that
You could be Poison Ivy
Vanellope,
now.
Vanellope
Or
is like
Poison Ivy. I think you pull off
Poison Ivy.
like Poison Ivy.
I don't know how.
Oh, she's
look
awesome. Super cool.
like from the original movie or
No,
from the
Ivy
comic.
was Ivy was Uma Thurman, wasn't it? From the
Yeah.
movies. Yeah, no, those movies are. I mean, they're very campy. They're different, I guess, for what they are. Some people really like them, but they're different. They're very, very different. No, from the comic books. Super sultry. She's sexy, deadly. She's pretty good.
Mm,
She's very poisonous. So you right now with your virus,
yeah.
you just open your mouth and you just like,
I don't need a custom.
flowers are wilting. You're perfect.
Yeah, I don't know. She looks more uh
It's pretty good. I mean, it's light on clothes. I'll give you
yeah,
that. Yeah, it's
you know me.
I know. It's
I wouldn't feel comfortable like
it's one of
walking
those
around like that.
it's one of those things that it's like it's costumes made by men for men.
Yes.
I don't know how else to say it, but
Yeah.
yeah, there's no reason why costumes in comic books have always have to be like skimpy little clothes and like showing boobs and ass.
Yeah.
Although
But with black
dudes
hair,
dudes are always
Vanellope.
like in tight clothes too. They're archetypal, I feel. They're like gods. So, it's
Mm,
I always told you with your glasses and when I met Danny, she had hair like down to her butt. It was like incredible. It's like so imagine like super dark hair down to her butt, and when she would wear glasses, I was like, "Oh my god, you're a Bayonetta."
yeah, you told
Like
me that.
I
We
was like,
even
"You
went
could
to
do like if you like squeeze yourself into like a leather like skimpy ass leather costume and make your hair turn into a demon."
so no, that's not.
She was like perfect Bayonetta.
But I remember that we went to um a thing here. I don't know how to call it.
Yeah, convention.
Like a convention, yeah, that you were invited to draw or paint or I don't know.
Yeah.
And you were going with me and you told me like you should have like a super high ponytail and I could use you as a reference for making by Anita because it was like a comic convention.
Yeah.
And we couldn't get in because there were like some problems with the tickets, so that never happened.
Yeah.
But I was ready for it.
Oh, no, we would have kicked ass.
Well,
People would
I,
have
w- I
loved
was
you.
only going to have a ponytail
Oh, but
because I
people
was wearing like
fantasize.
a t-shirt, like a white t-shirt and jeans.
Oh, people fantasize. All you need to give people is a ponytail.
Liad was saying Bayonetta will also be a great costume for Halloween. I think it has been a long time.
Since you've seen it,
No, since I've had a costume for Halloween.
you better go
I really like
back in
the
style.
costume. Oh no, I'm lying. When I was in the bar, when I was working as a bartender,
Yeah, you went to like well, not exactly
I went to what?
to the bar with your makeup.
I did
Head
a
makeup.
super cool
Yeah.
skull makeup. And
Yeah, I was gonna say Katrina, but I don't know if you were quite Katrina.
No,
You
I
were
wasn't
more
a-
zombie.
yeah.
You were more like zombie. You were cooler.
I had
feel.
like no, because it wasn't like not even like a colorful skull.
Yeah.
It was like a skull.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You were like
I
zombie.
had like eye contacts, white eye contacts,
Contact lenses.
contact lenses,
No, no, no. You're eye contact.
eye contact lenses. I
I
don't know.
see you.
Yeah, but that was cool. And I also, because I'm trying to look for the photos, because I remember I went to buy the some dresses, because I told my friend, she was like, I don't know, you choose the costumes and it would be okay. And I was like, could we be the twins from The Shining?
Oh yeah, I
And she
remember
was like,
that.
where do we get the dresses? And I was like, no, I would handle that. And I went to the Three Elephants
Uh-huh.
and I bought two
Good, nice, and cheap.
pajamas, like super long, like pajamas,
Yeah.
and I cut them, and I like sew them by hand
Yeah.
to put like lace in I think in the arms and in the bottom of like the skirt, and it was a great costume.
Yeah. So much work.
I think I have it here. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah, look, but it was pretty
I
accurate.
remember. Yeah, I remember that photo. Yeah. Ah,
And
you look so much younger.
really,
Yeah, you're old. You are old now, Daniel Era.
it's sad that you can't see from there, but the makeup was really cool.
No, I remember. You sent
I'm
me.
trying to show it.
I remember
to
that you
everyone.
sent me those pics when you were working that night.
Yeah, and I remember people were like, "Oh, the makeup's so cool. Who did it?" And I was like, "I did. I did." And I've been like doing it to me and to my friends since like 3 o'clock, because it was like a long time to do it. So I remember I went early to the bar
Yeah.
with my friends so we could like make the makeup. No,
Mm-hmm.
have the makeup on. So, let's see. Mm, Kota Amitsukami was saying woman in glasses is always equal to Bay, as in Bayonetta,
Oh, I didn't even know it had
I think.
like bay means bayonetta, but I like those games. I think they're very um I mean, way over the top. But I like DMC games, so I like Bayonetta games. A tiny embarrassing, I think. I feel they are a little bit embarrassing, you know. Uh but the third one is coming out soon.
And Kota was saying, I'm a glasses guy. Ponytails are too simplistic. When you have the right glasses, you can turn heads anywhere.
So when he says I'm a glasses guy,
I
so
don't know.
do you wear glasses or are you into people that wear glasses? Which is a very open thing. I mean, if there's
Maybe
one thing you have that you can be like super open about, it's like I'm a glasses
maybe
guy.
they're like, no, I do glasses for a living.
Oh yeah, maybe it's that too.
They're saying Danny looks perfect without glasses, but I wouldn't mind if she wore glasses for the people. For the people,
Is this the same glasses guy?
yeah.
Oh, I think
No, Kota, I wouldn't.
yeah, Kota, Danny's gonna start charging if you start talking like that.
No. The thing is that I
Yeah.
would never use glasses or anything for the people. I mean, I have
Yeah.
glasses, but because I can see.
Yeah, you're looking for a different different channel.
Irvin Torres Art dice, hello. How you doing, everyone? So happy to have made it. Have been too busy to watch the live stream. So glad to join. How are you, Irvin?
Oh, Irvin, we took a small necessary break, so don't worry. You and all of us are happy to be back. So
Um, let's see. Pedro Vicente dice, hice un retrato de Nico que creo que quedó apenitas decente, jaja. Espero lo vean. No me fue fácil conseguir buena referencia.
no, y es que yo no es
Ay,
que sea el
Pedro, ¿y
mejor modelo.
dónde? O sea, verlo. Perdón. Pedro usó de pronto el hashtag They
No,
Are Painted Lives.
no, Pedro, hay dos imágenes en ese
Claro que
hashtag.
no. No hay dos.
Mándeselo a Dani Pedro. Pedro Vicente
Sí, a mi Instagram.
quedó un poquito decente.
Apenitas decente,
Quedó
dijo.
apenitas decente.
Em,
Pero muchas gracias, ¿no? Muy amable.
Escravamatsu was saying I meant weapon, as in any kind of weapon, because I figured Nick wasn't very attracted to weapons. Do
No,
you
no.
guys have any people with interesting faces? Especialmente narices para pintar? Like any recommendations? What?
Okay, people are weird today. Yeah, what did you guys have for lunch? People with interesting noses? No, like I don't know, just draw and paint your family. You're fine with that. Or yourself, or your partner, or people that are close. Any person is interesting to paint. Any human being is incredibly interesting to paint. I love that. I need some noses. I need some
And
interesting
I don't
noses.
know what an interesting nose could be. Like, if you tell me, say the name of someone with a very interesting nose,
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what.
Well, I know it sounds weird, but maybe there are people that are like, "Oh, that's a cool nose to
No,
paint."
no.
I got that. That's how I feel about your nose.
No,
but
and I've seen noses, and I'm like, oh, that's cool to paint. But in that moment, I see it and I feel that.
yeah,
But it's not like, oh, I don't know, Pepita has like that's the reference if you're going to paint a nose.
yeah. I got a girl for you if you're into noses. Yeah, I don't know if that's. No, any nose is great. Come on.
Let's see. Irvin was saying, well, got COVID, but doing better. Also making a lot of educational illustrations.
Oh, that's cool.
Irvin, I hope you are
Well,
feeling.
it's good. I think if he's back, it's because he's better. So let's hope.
Scravamatsu was saying, like the painting of Willacht, his nose is amazing.
Yeah, you need to go to France then.
A ver. As if was saying they
I always
have.
love that you give me like a little bit so that I can do that.
Yeah. I was saying they have thousands of reference pictures on there. Where?
Can you? Maybe?
No. Well, I think no one has said, can you? I mean,
Well, I would say can you.
Elaine was saying, got to head off to work. Ciao, gorgeous people. We'll
Oh.
catch your stream later. Bye, Elaine.
Bye, Elaine. Have a great
Have
day.
a good work day. Art by Natalie Williamson was saying, hi guys, Danny, hope you're feeling much better. It's good to have you back. Thank you, Natalie. Yeah, I am feeling better. I am. Charles Ramírez dice, hola, en mayúscula.
Hola, Charles.
¿Podrían hacer
Charles.
un sketchbook tour algún día? Charles, es que no tenemos sketchbooks.
No, creo que a lo que se refiere, pues bueno, no sé. No sé si eso es a lo que se
¿Al
refiere.
libro?
Sí,
Al libro.
es un libro que se pasea. O sea, un sketchbook tour normalmente es como una publicación que la van enviando de artista a artista a artista.
No, mi amor, creo que un sketchbook tour es abrir
¿No?
tu sketchbook y mostrarlo todo.
¿Sí?
Sí.
Ah, yo estaba pensando en esos libros súper
Como cuaderno
chéveres.
viajero, así se llamaba en mi colegio.
Pues bueno, no sé si... No, 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 pero eso lo hacen... Kenio está haciendo uno súper chévere. Dice Tsutsumi hizo uno increíble.
Pero creo que un sketchbook tour es literalmente mostrar tu
Ah,
sketchbook. O sea, abrirlo
no, es que...
e ir como mostrando
Ah,
las
no.
páginas, hablando, pero pues es que por eso decía que no hay sketchbook.
No, yo
Que ni tú ni yo
sí...
tenemos en este momento un
No,
sketchbook.
antes tenía muy chéveres, pero no, y no es porque no es porque no crea en el valor de los cuadernos de boceto, no, eso es fascinante, pero no, no sé, como que el trabajo hizo que tuviera que darle como prelación a otras cosas, entonces, em, difícil. Yo creo que si estuviéramos haciendo videos diarios más un sketchbook todo el tiempo, uy.
Mm,
Es que en serio me hubiera gustado que se dieran cuenta como la cantidad que trabajábamos, pues todavía trabajamos, pero la cantidad que trabajábamos cuando estábamos editando esos 2 primeros años
sí,
era una cosa como absurda,
sí.
era inaguantable. Pues no inaguantable, era como insostenible, es lo que quiero decir. Era muy difícil, muy pesado. Entonces, ahora yo pensando como, ay, hubiera podido hacer como las pinturas más esto, o sea, más otro trabajo, no, yo creo que no, nunca hubiera aguantado,
No, pues que
honestamente.
yo creo que ni siquiera había tiempo. O sea, tendrían que ser más largos los días.
Sí, o uno después de todo un día de estar trabajando, o sea, más de 12 horas, decir, ay, pongámonos a dibujar este momentico antes de ir a la cama. Y o sea, hay un punto donde uno dice, no, no.
Pues, pero entonces tocaría sacrificar el tiempo de comer o algo así, porque es que ni
Sí,
siquiera, o sea, yo me acuerdo a veces que incluso era como tú te hacías un té y un sándwich y yo también cogía como algo de tomar y un sándwich y tú te ibas a tu computador a pensar lo que ibas a decir del voiceover y yo seguía editando mientras tanto.
sí, era triste,
O sea, era
era triste.
trabajo y ya.
Sí,
Em, Creo que incluso si yo me hubiera enfermado así,
pues te
o sea,
tocaba trabajar.
sí, o sea, me hubiera llevado, iba a decir, me hubiera llevado el computador ayer al médico como para ir editando videos mientras me llaman.
Sí.
O sea, yo en ese año me fui una vez a pintar el pelo y llevé el computador porque yo decía, porque tú estabas dando un taller, fue 2021 creo, y yo dije, ¿me puedo tomar el día para hacérmelo del pelo, pero no puedo no editar, porque si no me cuelgo en el video que tengo que tener listo
Mm,
para poder empezar el otro que tengo que tener listo? O sea, acuérdate que yo tenía como mi agendita con horarios. O sea,
sí.
yo decía de 7 a 10 tengo que editar esto. Luego de 10 a 11 tengo que hacer las gráficas de esto. Luego almuerzo 1 hora. Luego después de eso, o sea, nuestro horario era súper apretado. Em, a ver. em, em, Asif dice, hola
As
gente,
if.
qué gusto acompañarlos hoy. Tuve clase de intro to sequential art
Qué
en la
chévere.
mañana y pues quería preguntarle a Nico, ¿ha oído hablar de SCAD? SCAD.
Claro, ¿allá está estudiando?
¿Creen que vale la pena estudiar allá?
Uy,
Dice
es
Asif.
re costoso, ¿no? Sí, es re costoso. Pues si puede, o sea, si puede pagarlo, pues sí. Eh, pero en SCAT no fue que estuvo Pedro Cobo.
No sé,
¿Por qué no pones, o fue en Laguna que estuvo? Ya me estoy olvidando.
Mm, Pues Sí.
¿Sí? ¿Qué?
No, es que estoy viendo en SCAD Art Sales
Sí.
sale Pedro
Ah,
Cobo.
sí me
Entonces
acordé
sí.
entonces. Sí, él estuvo allá. O sea, es una súper escuela. Lo que pasa es que es costosa, es bien costosa. Si puede pagarla, todo bien. O sea, yo nunca voy a hacer sentir a alguien mal por poder pagar algo. Pero sí se me hace que es muy buena. em, si siente que después de haber hecho esa inversión, pues le puede significar tener mayores y mejores posibilidades de entrar a no sé, al mercado en el que quisiera estar, súper chévere, súper chévere y obviamente le deseo lo mejor en eso, pero sí no sé, se me hace costosa.
Yo no sabía que uno o sea, puse SCAD
Ujú,
y en la página de Wikipedia
ujú,
dice average annual
ujú. Cost.
cost
Ujú.
by household income, graduation rate, o sea, tienen de todo. Pero acá, o sea, apenas busco en Google, nunca había visto así en otras
Ah,
universidades.
¿y es costosa? ¿Sí sale o se ve igual que todas?
Dice el annual cost
Ujú.
before aid
Pues el aid no necesariamente te lo voy a...
58.517.
Sí, es muy pesado, güey, pucha. Imagínate 200 millones de pesos anuales.
Dice
¿Qué? 240.
graduation rate 68%.
Uf.
Em,
O sea, eso es bueno en el sentido de que la gente que comienza termina, mucha de la gente que
pues,
comienza termina. Creo que 68 es alto, mi amor.
¿sí?
Yo creo. Suena triste, pero yo creo.
Em, quiero mirar. Estoy viendo, medio curiosidad, los highest graduation rates
Ujú.
en universidades. Eh, creo que según esto, 4-year graduation rate,
Ujú.
la más alta es Washington and Lee University, con el 92%.
Uy, qué barbaridad. Eso es muy extraño.
Sí, luego United States Naval Academy.
Bueno, es que
Sí,
eso ya es otra cosa.
pero curioso porque, a ver, ¿dónde está esto? Ah, no. Dice, according to the Chronicle of Higher Education, the colleges
Colleges, sí.
and universities in the United States with the highest 6-year graduation rates include Yale
Ujú,
con el 97.5,
mm.
Princeton con el 97.3, Harvard 96.4, Dartmouth
Es que
95.
yo te iba a decir que esas Ivy League son tan costosas y tan, o sea, si tú fuiste es porque te gradúas, o sea,
Hmm,
es como si estás allá es porque ya te gradúas.
sí,
Pero yo creo que una escuela normal que la gente de pronto no tiene, o sea, que no es tan costosa como esas y que la gente, pues, o sea, que está mucha gente. Yo no terminé con muchísimos de los que comenzamos en mi universidad. Yo me acuerdo.
no, pues en la mía tampoco.
Mucha gente se fue.
Sí.
Mucha gente se fue.
Em, As if dice, SCAT es re costoso, pero me otorgaron la beca del 100% de tuition por el portafolio.
Vaya
Uy, as
entonces.
if.
Felicitaciones.
Congratulaciones, as if.
Ujú.
No, pues, ¿qué tal?
Pero ¿y qué entonces preguntándome? No, vaya
No, pues
entonces.
claro.
O sea, bueno, yo
Pues
le
sí, si
entiendo
quiere.
porque Mi sobrina le
No
dieron una
sé.
beca ahorita del 100% y, e igual es como, bueno, ¿y cómo vivo? ¿Y
Mm.
cuánto me cuesta vivir mensualmente? ¿Y cuánto me cuesta comida? ¿Y cuánto me cuesta la renta? Y, o sea, al final uno dice, me pueden dar una beca del 100
Pero
y
no
de
tengo
pronto
para
uno puede
el...
decir, no, es que no puedo vivir, o sea, no,
Sí.
no tengo como, no tengo suficiente para vivir.
Mm.
Entonces también lo entiendo en ese sentido. Em, pero pues no, se me hace súper chévere. Felicitaciones. De verdad, felicitaciones.
Y Asif dice, hey, also, I bought one of you guys' books.
Sí.
It's my most prized possession at the moment.
Uy, muchas gracias. ¿Cuál?
Ay, gracias, Asif.
Oiga, Asif, y podemos ver lo que hace. Tengo curiosidad.
Yo quiero también ver, Asif, si nos puede mandar acá a mi Instagram.
O que ponga su usuario,
No,
su...
porque es que nunca, no
No, no, no,
deja.
arroba no sé
No,
qué.
es que si tú escribes el arroba y el
Mi
coso, te
usuario
lo...
de Instagram es bla.
2 puntos, pero
Sí.
sin el arroba. Porque si pone el arroba,
¿Tampoco?
no, es que no aparecen.
Wow.
Por eso, cuando creo que fue Julia la vez pasada, como no, les comparto este y no aparece, era porque ponía arroba
Ah,
y
no lo
lo
sabía.
bloquea. Sí. Supongo que eso lo hacen porque de
¿El
pronto hay
arroba
como,
linkea?
no, o como hay gente como que spamea, como
Mm,
sígueme y te sigo. Y no sé,
como
YouTube de pronto
nosotros.
detecta eso y lo bloquea. Em, a ver. Nix was saying, sometimes when I paint with oils on my double primed surface,
Ujú,
the finished painting has a matte slash dull finish.
ujú.
Anyone knows why this happens?
It's a double primed linen or what sort of surface? And it's okay if oils are going to oxidize and a lot of pigments are going to dry opaque. So it's totally fine that it's expected that your layer is going to be uneven. That is part of oil painting. So you don't have to feel weird about that. That's what oiling out is for. That's what retouch varnish is for. That's what final varnish is for. So yeah, maybe you're thinking that this is something weird, but actually it's like super super common for oil painting.
Because Liad was saying, Nix, yes, it's called thinking.
Yeah.
The oil absorbs into the lower layers or substrate. You can oil out or varnish it, and it should solve the problem.
Yeah, that's one of the things when when like color sinks in. So it may have to do with the absorbency of your substrate, but it also has to do with different pigments. There's pigments that dry really quickly and dry opaque. There's pigments that dry glossier. So yeah, that's super super normal.
Um, Yutaki001 was saying, hi, Danny and Nicolas.
Hey,
Hey, Yutaki, how are you? A ver. Mm, Irving Torres Art dice que te mejores también tú, Dani, se les extrañaba. Muchas gracias, Irving. Em, sí, y pues que Irving se siga mejorando también del todo. Eh, Yutaki001 was saying, doing a bit difficult painting of San John, the Apostle.
mm.
The painting is mostly complete now, no reference used.
Oh wow, that's
Kota
tough.
Amitsukami was saying, how did you paint a picture of John without reference? Isn't the whole idea that you use a reference? Well,
No,
no.
no, no, no. There's plenty people that historically and today paint from imagination or draw from imagination. Yeah, that is a very very common practice.
Eh, Diana Gaming was saying, hey, yeah. Hey, Diana, how are you? Um, Kota Amitsukami was saying, has Nicholas ever drawn a flower that's dipped in dye with the bowl and its contents inside? Painted, I meant, not drawn.
Is Costa the same person that asked about the weapons?
No,
Okay.
it
Why?
was Escravamatsu.
Okay, why are we with these like super specific things that if we've painted like super specific things? Because what you read sounds like. I mean, I'm not making fun of it. I'm honestly.
I think maybe they saw a painting and they think
Yeah.
it's yours, and maybe that's why they're asking.
Oh, so which? So maybe okay. So
Because that's
if
the
that was the
only
case, what was what they described?
flower that's dipped in dye with
No,
the bowl and its contents inside.
no, I don't think so. So if you're asking if that's something that you thought that was my painting, I don't think so. No, I can't remember of painting anything that sounds like that, to be super honest. Um, yeah, but if that's something that you want to paint, that's awesome. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I think that there's like another question underneath that question that's probably the one that I would love to understand.
As if,
As
dice,
if.
okay, Danny, I DM'd you. Oh, wait, I think YouTube is deleting my comments where I mentioned Kanyo because it thinks Kanyo with the period as a web page.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
So let's check as if's web page. ¿Qué? Instagram. Web page. Soné como de quién sabe de qué año. A ver, ¿por qué? Ah, mira,
I'll try to.
que este es el día.
Oh, super! That's super cool.
Y mira,
Qué bueno. Asif es así y se llama Asif solo por.
ah, pues acá me acabo de enterar.
No, pero bueno, Asif, Asif.
No, porque dice Asif, a.k.a. Álvaro.
Ah, bueno. Álvaro es joven. Qué pena, le puedo preguntar así,
Le puedo preguntar a Asif. Ah, sí, mira, acá
así
dice
descaradamente.
18 years old.
Ah, qué bueno, Álvaro.
Self-taught.
Tot.
Taught.
Yeah. No, qué bueno, Álvaro. Lo felicito. Lo felicito.
No, y muy chévere. Muy chévere lo de la beca.
Y Álvaro es de por acá, de esta región.
Asif.
Asif
Es raro para mí decir Álvaro.
es de aquí de Bogotá. Porque si no, puede escribirle a Pedro. Yo creo que Pedro es muy buena gente. Y le puede preguntar a Pedro cómo le fue
Sí, como
en.
su experiencia.
Sí, Pedro es súper querido. Entonces puede escribirle y decirle, oiga, es que yo quiero ir a esta universidad. Yo vi que usted se graduó de allá. Me puede dar como me puede relatar un poquito de su experiencia o me puede dar como unas sugerencias en cuanto a tal cosa. De nuevo, yo creo que Pedro, no me equivoco cuando digo que Pedro es una persona súper amable. Y si usted está en la costa, entonces mucho más chévere porque Pedro es cartagenero entonces.
Soy de Manizales, pero estoy viviendo en Bogotá. Also, thanks, me llenan el corazón, dice Asif.
Uy, tiene que escribirles a Esteban entonces.
Ay, mira, Pedro Cobo dice que me escriba.
Ah,
Está
no,
acá.
Pedro.
Ay, muy amable,
Tan
Pedro.
querido Pedro.
Bueno, Asif, entonces
Pero ayúdele a
ya
este
es
joven
solo
y le comenta cómo es la experiencia,
escribirle.
que de pronto va a ir allá a su alma mater. Entonces, para que usted le cuente cómo le fue.
Parting Mist was saying yellow looks great.
Am, Yeah. I mean, we ruined it a little bit with the color, with
You
the
think,
drawing. A little
Nicolas? I
bit.
I love it.
No. I mean, it is. Yeah. It shows that we have like a long ways to go if we are wanting to describe a lot of the information that we're putting down. I realized that I was very, very loose with the shapes of the flowers,
Mm-hmm.
like very, very loose. And at the beginning, I was like, okay, I'm gonna be more faithful to the ones that I have here, but
Mm-hmm.
they're much smaller. I would have had to paint them much smaller.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to trust because I don't remember feeling this while I was painting it. I think I was just desperately trying to spot my darks and just putting some yellow ochre just to, hopefully have it land in place. But now I'm noticing that the shapes were a lot smaller, should have been a lot smaller. But I think that it's cool that they're bigger
Mm-hmm.
because then it kind of feels like the source of her yellowness is actually bigger. If it's smaller and kind of more threaded, I don't know. It I don't know. I don't know if I would have liked it enough.
Mm-hmm.
Or what I think I did was that instead of making it bigger but proportionate, I went with like no, I don't even know what I did. I'm looking at my drawing. I don't even know. I know it's off in a million ways, but I'm going to have to, work through it. So or no. I know what happened. Now I'm remembering because this is like a little bit ago. So I'm remembering. So I remember I wanted the painting to be from here to here, but to paint this size of a head and to have in some ways like the hands down here.
Mm-hmm.
And none of those things would have coincided if I would have gone with the proportions that I see in my reference.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had to make a lot of like choices, let's say. Okay. Now I feel better because now I remember. Because I was trying to figure out, like, why am I so off? Like, this is crazy. Like, I'm always off, but, I'm like in the ballpark at least. But this one's like, what? Nothing is matching with these flowers. But yeah, there's no way I could have made those flowers work if I wanted to keep the proportions. And especially this guy. I had to make this guy work. So I know I had to like make this guy work, make this work, and then just make the whole middle just abstract enough so that it could be like a transitional space between those two. So yeah, but nobody's gonna care if they feel like sunflowers. Then my job is done. That's what I needed to do. But yeah, I was a little worried there.
But I think it's even super cool that uh you made first like the decisions in terms of design
Yeah.
of how you want it,
Yes.
like the masses, to see how you wanted your painting to be composed.
Yes.
Because if you went for an underdrawing, maybe you would have been more caught in the details and in the real proportions.
Yeah.
And then designing around that would be a lot more complicated, or it would be more controlled.
Yeah, or you end up sacrificing
Design.
compositional
Yeah.
and design choices just because you want to follow a reference.
Yeah.
But ideally, you're always questioning all the shapes and like every single one of those shapes that you're putting there.
Yeah.
So if you have to make changes, like the most obvious thing to do is just change it. Just, listen to yourself as an artist, and if you're not satisfied with something, just change it.
Yeah. But I think it's sometimes, or at least that happens to me. If I'm drawing, sometimes it's harder for me, even if I know I want to push something, to push it as much as I want to.
Yeah.
Like it's harder with drawing than with shapes of
No,
color.
I understand. I totally understand that. It's a lot easier for me, and I think the tools have to do a lot with it. Like they condition you into realizing that you can make really bold big choices.
Yeah.
So
No, I like this. I like the painted shapes with the upper drawing.
yeah, people love that,
No, no,
with
no. Like I mean, yes, I know what you're trying to say about the lines, like the line work on top of
Yeah.
it, but no, what I'm trying to say is the order, like the thinking process of
Yeah.
it, like having first the shapes,
Yeah.
like saying, this is what I want, this is how I want the composition to be, and then thinking about the details and how my reference is going to fit into what I know I want the painting to be.
Yes. I think that's ideally that's always like the best choice.
Yeah. But what were you going to say?
I forget. Yeah, I forgot. I literally forgot.
So, Pedro Cobo dice siempre aquí con ustedes.
Tan lindo, Pedro.
Ay, sí.
Siempre, siempre acordándonos de Pedro. Mucho cariño.
Y pues muy amable Pedro por ofrecerse a hablar con Asif,
As if.
alias Álvaro. ¿Será
Y-
como Álvaro Camilo Ignacio Fuentes?
Ah, la C es. La C. Ah, es que yo pensaba que era. Yo en mi cabeza. Bueno, en mi cabeza, lo primero que pensaba era As If de Alicia Silverstone.
Ah,
As If.
pensé que AS
Y
punto
después
y F.
pensaba que era Asif porque de pronto era como sirio-libanés, como colombiano, de pronto.
Ujú.
Entonces pensaba que era como Asif, como un nombre de esos como árabes. Em, y, y pues no es que sea decepción Álvaro, pero pues bueno, Álvaro.
Parting Mist was saying, I like the chroma contrast between the face and flowers. Yet the size of the flowers relative to the figure is working well.
Awesome.
Asif dice, no, es Álvaro Cifuentes.
Ah, listo.
Ah, Asif
No,
Fuentes.
pero cada vez que digas Asif, yo quiero hacer mi.
No,
as
es que ya es
if.
as if. As if. Carla Anglada dice, was saying, I love the straightness of the figure and the wildness of the flowers.
Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, I usually tend to well, more recently I've been having like not second thoughts, but I've been trying to figure out why I kind of transitioned towards something that's very straightforward. Because my paintings didn't, I mean, a lot of them were, but there was a lot of examples that weren't. But, they're very, very like, almost symmetrical, but they're in the middle of the painting. And it's almost like one big plane. Like there's no forward, like there's no first plane, middle plane, and then background. It's just like everything happening all at once, like poof, in the middle. And I don't know when that sort of, I don't even know. I'm trying to figure out like when that happened, like when I started to eliminate more. Like I used to have information about space in a lot of my paintings. And I don't know if I just started understanding or defining or redefining space a little bit differently, more like atmosphere, or because my gaze turned into a sort of more microscopic, way of looking at what surrounded me. Then that prompted me to just pay attention to very particular things. But yeah, a lot of my paintings now, they don't necessarily have to traverse like space. It's just there. Everything is like boom. It's a very like traditional portraiture way of painting. It's like the presentation of your subject matter is like it's there. It's very immediate and that's it. And sometimes I feel like am I being lazy, or am I just not wanting to deal with like all these other variables? Like, why am I not thinking about things that I used to think? And I don't know. I've been thinking strangely about those things because, or I've been giving it a ton of thought, and it's very strange because I'm usually very accepting of things that I do instead of like uh, just dwelling upon them constantly and trying to find like very specific reasons. And the reason, and I do that because I'm just trying to say, hey, I trust my gut. Um, and I've always trusted myself, in very, um, I don't know, almost like primeval ways. It's almost like instinctual ways. If somebody would tell me, why is the composition like that? Like, explain the composition. I know that at that point, somebody's asking me to explain the composition. Didn't think about it. But if I sit there and I start trying to make sense of my own painting, I will
Mm-hmm.
be able to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
But that always comes like afterwards. It's like an after the fact thing, because what
Mm-hmm.
happens initially is I always trust myself.
Mm-hmm.
And not to say that I always think that I'm right because I'm going to trust myself, but I know that I have to teach myself to trust myself. That
Mm-hmm.
sounds like really weird. But
No,
but
it's not.
yeah, so sometimes I don't question things necessarily because I feel like it's either not the moment, or questioning them instead of just receiving those like the decisions that I want to make with open arms and just dealing with them, just saying like, okay, this new thing that I want to do is sacrificing these things, but it's putting me in like all these other problems, and let's see how we deal with that, which is kind of my way of doing things. I don't stay in a place just thinking like, oh, why did I do this? Why? And what's going to happen if I do this? And why is it going to be wrong? Or what are the things that not going to be able to do if I decide to do this? Like I usually like to learn about what I'm doing while I'm painting.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's my most favorite thing in the world. Like saying, I decided to do this. I have no experience in doing this, but I know that these paintings are calling for this, and I'm going to learn about why I'm being pulled towards this while I make paintings. I don't want to learn, before. I don't want to write it in a journal, which is fine if people do those sort of things, but that's just not my case. But I don't want to write it. I don't want to investigate it that way. I want to investigate it while I work.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's like the most valuable way of painting. It's not saying like, oh, I'm going to do a bunch of studies because these don't matter, and I'm going to try to see when it works or why it doesn't work. Or no, I'm always like, I want to learn why it works while I'm trying to paint.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm going to try to, paint the hell out of this painting, even if it's like a terrible choice, even if I'm doing something that's fundamentally off. I want to be aware of the mistakes that I'm doing while I was trying to say something with a painting, while I was trying to, you know, do like make a, a painted statement. Um, that I don't know why, but that always gave me. That's kind of scary and kind of dumb if you think about it, because you're usually, risking a ton if whatever you're doing doesn't quite work. But I always felt it was super exciting painting that way. So that's why I even have paintings where I was trying things out that were formal, that were purely technical. And I'm sure I did a bunch of things wrong in those paintings, and I don't care. I really don't care. And I'm sure people could say, no, don't be like that. That's super irresponsible. Like, that's not cool, dude. Like, you should care. You should care because, you're going to sell those paintings, or you should care because, you can't become an example for people that maybe are going to look, to your paintings, hopefully wanting to see something solid as a solid starting point, and for them to realize that you were being irresponsible. And I don't know. I don't want to deal with all of that. That's a lot of baggage when doing a painting. For me, it's like, I get it, but in order for me to do a painting and to take a chance with a painting, I have to be willing to risk the whole, almost like the stability of the painting. I have to be willing to risk everything about the painting for me to feel like I can work on it. I can take chances on it, because the way I see it, if you take chances on something that doesn't matter, that teaches you nothing. nothing. That's not taking a chance. There's no risk when when like the stakes are not high. What type of risk are you taking? Nothing. When you ruin something that didn't matter, what did you ruin? If in your brain it's like, well, this didn't matter, it was just a study, or this didn't matter, it was just in a piece of cardboard, or this didn't matter, it was just like, it was a small painting, or this didn't matter, I was never going to sell this, I was never going to try and sell this. It's like, when do you take chances then? Like, when are you understanding where the value of embracing like risks comes from? So it always have like a, I I would say that a valuable opportunity to take risks is that is one in which you are going to lose everything about a painting. So I'm super happy when I say, okay, this doesn't work, but I'm gonna make it work, or try to make it work in this painting, that I'm painting for this show, in this painting that I have to, or in this illustration that I have to give, that I have to give in tomorrow. I love those moments. Love them, because I think they teach you, and they even give you like peace of mind when you're trying to problem solve. When in the future you have to, or you encounter like an instance of the painting where you have to be quick on your toes and problem solve. You're never going to be ready if you've never ever done it, if you've never felt what it means to ruin something. So, or if you've never like literally ruined something that was important. So, I don't know. I think all of that compounded is what makes, this balancing act of trying to find some sort of equilibrium in a painting, that is uh, where the source material has so many differences, but is super important. Like what Danny was saying, it's not the sort of painting that is dictated by the reference, but it's the painting where you make decisions as an artist, and then you feed into your painting the information that can be extracted from the reference.
Mm-hmm.
But that way of doing things, it's so much more exciting to me than just the very binary feeling of saying, oh, this is too small, oh, this is too wide, oh, this is, this was softer, these edges were harder. Those are fine, those decisions are fine, but they don't, I don't know, I don't think, I think a painting can depend on something that's far more exciting.
I think it's very I'm sorry, interesting. When you were talking about how you solve while working
Yeah.
without any previous research, because I
Yeah.
think it's very true to your personality. Like it
Yes.
makes sense 1,000% with your personality. Because I think you are the type of person that if you have a problem or you have something you have to address, you become overwhelmed if you have to like think about it before acting,
Yes.
like to think a lot or to plan.
Oh, hate it.
You are the type of person that sees a problem and attacks it strictly and then start solving that problem while you're in the problem. I don't know if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. No. Yes.
I mean, you're like, let's do it. But it's not, because I think my personality is a bit different. So
Oh,
I'm
you're
the
a
type
planner.
of person that likes, exactly, that likes to plan things,
Yeah.
to know what I'm going to face. But you're like, you know what? Don't even tell me. Let's just go. Let's just attack. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And I think you can also see that in the way you approach your painting. As you were saying, it's not like you ask yourself questions beforehand, like before you start painting, and try to answer them, and then you paint. Like as a result of answering your questions, you paint.
Yeah.
But you don't even ask the questions. You just start painting, and while you're painting, you ask and answer your questions.
I think so.
She's
Yeah.
very, very interesting, very cool.
I think so. I think that's the coolest description that I've ever heard of how I work. That's
Mm.
awesome. No, and it makes sense that somebody like you would really know not just how I work, but know how I,
How
how I
you
am
are,
as a
yeah.
human being. Because you're right. Like, I, if you tell me, oh, we have to deal with this and this and this, I'm like, don't, like, you gave me 5 more problems than the ones that I'm willing to listen
Yeah.
to right now. Like, this is too much.
No, and I've got to understand that that's really the way your brain functions. You're like, no, I mean, I have this task that I have to do. I'm going to do it. And then I'm going to do the rest. Because I'm the type of person that says, okay, if I have to do this and I know I have to do 8 things more, let me just see how I can like do a path where I can finish all the tasks. Like step 1, step 2, you're like, no. Today it's going to be step 1
Yeah.
and tomorrow we'll see. But it's like you never plan things before. And it's not something bad. I mean, it's not like better or worse, your way or my way or a different way. It's just very, very true to how you are.
You know what I've noticed is that if I start to worry about 1,000 things at the same time that may be solvable, like maybe if you're organized enough, you can plan how to solve all those things at the same, like one after another. Like I would say that you're the sort of person that can like schedule things and can say, okay, first I'm going to do this and then we're going to do this and then we're going to do this. And that's awesome. You're in that way you're telling yourself, today I'm going to solve all these issues, but in order to solve them, I have to be organized and do this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the sort of person that I'm like, that's way too many. Way too many. And there's no I'm also like, I also don't lose perspective, because I also feel that when I put stuff to the side, I always do it because I know I can put stuff to the side.
Yeah, it's super controlled.
Yeah, it's never
It's not like letting things like peel. No, ¿cómo se dice?
I don't know.
Iba a decir,
Spill?
apilar, pero no sé qué estoy tratando. de-
Pile?
No.
Pile over?
Pile, yeah.
Yeah.
Like you never
Pile up.
things,
Pile up.
pile things up until they just like explode.
Yeah.
It's like your brain knows how to say, okay, this one is a priority and this one I can make later. But that doesn't mean that you're just like postponing something and never doing it.
No.
It's just that your brain is like that. It's like, no, I have these 2 things. I'm just going to choose
Yeah.
which one is more important and I'm going to attack that and then I'll go revisit the other thing.
Yeah.
I'm this sort of person that says, okay, I could do this one. And when I finish this one, I could do this one. Like I always find like something that connects
Yeah.
the things I'm doing. So I could have, that's why I said like a path.
That's our discussions. Like many times we'll be like, oh, we can go out because we have to do whatever. We have to send these things.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, and if we walk 2
And you're like,
blocks
oh,
more,
now that we're there, we can
could buy
also.
this thing. And
And
you're
I'm like, no.
Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Because I'm not. My brain is like, no.
Yeah,
My-
but you know me. I
we're
mean,
not dealing.
sometimes I'm like, I'm going to go to the mall to buy something. And I'm like, I remember you were saying 1 week ago that you needed this thing. So now that I'm going to the mall, I could buy that thing that you needed. And I'm also thinking about buying, I don't know, something that my mom needed. Like, that's how my brain works.
Yeah. No.
So,
No. And what I've noticed with me is that if I do that, I don't stress out. I don't. I'm like always at peace.
yeah, if you do
Always.
it your way.
Yeah. Well, the way I
No,
mean, I'm not
yeah, yeah.
imposing my way.
No,
I
because
just-
you were saying the way, if I do it that way and it was like right after
Oh,
I
sorry.
said my
Yeah.
way,
No.
and in my way you would just like,
Oh, I would die.
yeah.
Yeah. No, I would be super anxious all the time.
Sometimes it's even like you're going to the store, like to the grocery store to buy something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, Nicolas, maybe you could buy like chicken for tomorrow and potatoes. And you're like, no. I'll go tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, but if you're going now,
No.
you
'Cause
might
I-
as well buy it now because then you would have to go again tomorrow.
I'll
And you're
go
like,
tomorrow.
no,
No.
I'll go tomorrow.
Yeah, because I already had a plan to go for certain things. Don't now make me go and searching for like vegetables for the chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So and in my brain it's like we can do that tomorrow because
Yeah.
there's no rut. Like we don't need it for right now.
Yeah. And my brain is like, well, we might as well do that so we don't have to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, but I don't have any issues with
So,
doing it tomorrow.
No. That's why I'm saying it's cool because it's just different ways of approaching like problems or things or tasks.
Yeah, I would
And
be.
your brain is completely different to mine in that
Oh, yeah.
sense. And that's very cool.
I
And
would
we
be.
could see that in your painting too,
Yeah.
which is super cool because it's like peeking inside your brain.
So overwhelmed, I'm telling you. Like, if I had to do things the way like you naturally do them, and which is like efficiency gives you peace of mind
Mm-hmm.
because you can say I can use a small amount of time to do a lot of the things that I have to do, and that gives you like a sense of accomplishment. Like I did this, and this, and it's like yes, like you were effective. In my mind, it's like I could do this and feel like my brain is just like if I
Mhm.
do this one thing that I have to do, my brain is like, we did it.
Yeah, no, and I get
And
it.
then
I
that's
mean,
it. Like a small little triumph
if-
during the day.
if I had to do the things your way, I think I wouldn't be able to sleep
Oh, you would be
because I'm
super
like,
anxious
I
in the
went to
same
the
way.
I went to the store, and I knew that I needed this other thing for tomorrow, and I didn't bought it. So why didn't I? So I would be the type of person that just like stands up in the middle of the night and go and buy the thing that I didn't buy.
You're super frustrated with yourself when you realize like you could have done something else while you were doing something
yeah,
else. It's like,
yeah, that's my
oh
brain.
my god, oh my god.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's amazing how when you get to know yourself, it's you start realizing how you deal with yourself, how how like you start recognizing for me to be okay, I have to do this.
Yes.
I guess problems or not problems, but unnecessary discussions in partners and couples happen when people think that because it makes sense in your brain.
Yeah, like
Like,
you have to impose that
Yeah,
method.
that it's like, why are you not seeing that this makes way more sense than the way you want to do it?
Yeah, and I mean,
We have those discussions,
Ye-
by the way.
yeah, but but I think we have less of those now because it's
From
not.
time to time we have. Because I think we're both very stubborn also. So
Yeah, but I
when
think
we
that
think
we-
like, okay, this would be a better way, we try to like tell the other person I think this would be a better way. I think we both do that, but what I think we both do now is that we know that we're probably going to say it, but we know that we back off. Like we know that okay, I shouldn't be commenting because I know that she's going to do it. So if she does it the way she wants to do it, and by she I'm meaning you, I'm sorry. But if you do it the way you want to do it,
Unless I'm making the dishes, because
no.
then you would say that it's terrible to have the knife like that.
Oh, but that's criminal. That's actually criminal.
And I just
That's
changed.
why
I
I
changed
think that
that.
was your. I think that was your. I think you did that only so that I would do the dishes all the time.
No, because we made an agreement.
By the way, yeah, for people, Danny and I split tasks all
Yeah.
the time.
Mhm.
Like, I don't think there can be another couple that does everything. Like, we both do everything all the time, and sometimes Danny does one thing, and then the next week I do that thing, and then we switch tasks all the time. It's not.
But it's not like saying first week of the month you, then me. It's like we know that if I see you doing that, I'm gonna do it next.
No, or I know
like,
like,
we're always like
or
sharing.
we know
It's
like,
like
oh,
a
you're
balance.
busy, or oh, you have to
Exactly.
do this.
Or oh, you're
I'm
sick.
not even gonna ask you.
Because for example, you've been like super like on top of everything in the house for the past week and this week too, because I've been sick. And it's not like you.
Thank
It's
you.
not like
for
I
that.
have to ask you.
No,
It's
come
like
on.
you just do it.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
strategically sick. I wonder.
Yes, strategically.
Yeah.
I took my plan so far that I got a shot And
That's how far you're gonna go for
Yeah.
not doing dishes.
no.
Wouldn't surprise me.
No, I did the dishes this morning.
We always do.
That's why. No,
And
I mean,
did
I'm
the
joking.
dishes this morning, which is funny too,
Yeah.
because I'll do the dishes
and then I do.
I'll do dishes of Samo and Fer from last night, and then I'll leave my dishes,
And I
and
would
then
do
you'll
that
do my dishes.
after I have my breakfast.
There we
Yeah,
go.
it's just
We always
we rotate.
we never ever complain like one
and
is
it's
doing
not
more
like,
than the other.
okay, this is your mug. You're going to clean it. No. I clean everything.
And
Sometimes I even start like cleaning the dishes and I end up like cleaning the kitchen.
Yeah.
You're like, what are you doing? And I'm with like 1,000 products. Like, no, I saw a stain. So I had to just clean everything. To be honest, that hasn't happened in quite a bit. But I'm
Yeah.
sick.
Pick it up, Danny.
So
What the hell?
Dave B said, y'all did the same dishes. Yeah, Nicolas re-washes the dishes.
Yeah,
I do.
I wonder why I always feel they're multiplying.
No. Oh, I wouldn't be. I mean, that would bother me.
What's
if
that?
I did the dishes and you would re-clean the dishes. Because that happened with my mom.
Yeah. That
I
was-
mean, I cleaned something and she was like, I could clean it better. And then she would redo it.
Yeah. That's,
And I remember having
drives me
conversations
insane.
with my mom. Like, Mom, I'm making my bed. And then you just like take all the blankets off and make it again.
That's
And
my
it's not
mother.
like I was doing it wrong. It's just
in
that
her eyes,
she
yes,
says
she's
no.
that's my mother too.
my mom was like, you're folding your jeans in the wrong way because the pocket has to go to the other side. And I was like, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm just like hanging my jeans in the way I hang my jeans. And she would just like take everything out after I would put them in the closet and re-put them the way she would put them.
Yeah, my mother
So-
would do the bed thing.
Yeah.
My mother trusts herself.
My
nobody
mom
else.
too. My mom too.
Nobody else. Everyone else, she starts with like doubt. It's like, I don't think they did a good job.
Yeah, but if I was cleaning the dishes and then I would saw you like scrubbing the dish I did, like all the dishes I did, I would be like, oh, come on, just like, so you do that. Because I'm just like wasting my time here if you're going to redo it after I go.
Yeah, yeah. No, we're not those. We're
No.
not like that.
A ver,
A ver.
a ver. Ricardito dice hello guys y un corazón. Hola Ricardito.
I don't know if I dreamt with Ricardito.
Really?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Maybe. I mean, I wish.
Let's see. Mm,
Ricardito. Maybe.
Liat was saying, Nicolas, imagine Batman as Hellboy in Elden Ring fighting
Stop it.
Melanie in the style of Nicolas Uribe and Mike Mignola's in
Oh,
Oils.
stop it. Although that fight for me, the Milani fight, was it wasn't that great. It wasn't that great. You know, I'm playing New Game Plus because I couldn't get some of the armor that I wanted to get. Mainly because of patches, because I killed stupid patches when I was doing in my first playthrough. I didn't know. You know, as soon as I saw a boss bar on him, I was like, I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. But I'm
Nicolas.
sorry, but it's patches. I mean, you understand it. But I'm like so OP now. It's ridiculous. Oh, I fought like a crazy cool dragon the other day. That
I
one
was-
was
yeah,
making me.
I
That one
was
was pissing
there.
me off. Yeah,
I remember that.
yeah, that one pissed me off a little bit. I actually cursed quite a bit with that one, but I got him.
Rawan was saying, I'm starting to theorize that all moms are the same.
I think
And
they
the
go to
laughing
one
emojis,
school. Yeah,
yeah.
I think they go to the one school.
Julia Tovar dice, hello, hello. Oof, loving the redrawing.
Thank you, Julia Sita.
Liat was saying, yeah, I'm NG
New game.
plus 2. right
Oh,
now.
dude, nice. Nice. You know what's sad with me? That I didn't change my character. I only upped the faith in order to use that dumb sword that the final boss has that makes you farm like super easily. So I've been abusing that farming like crazy. Um, so I just upped my faith, but I'm like super boring because I just use two blood what are they called? Bloodhound. What is it called? I forget. So I dual wield those two things, and they're super powerful. Honestly, they're like ridiculously overpowered for like a dex strength build. They're absurd. So I'm kind of boring, I guess, but I like my Souls games with melee characters. To be honest, I think I'm not getting everything that I should be getting by avoiding magic so much, but I like to play those games like that. So
Ricardito dice, Nico, wow, en sueñitos, jajaja. Tan buenos están mis últimos personajes.
me
Ya te vi dándoles
encanta.
likes, brother. Muchas gracias por tu support, como siempre.
No, me encantan, está re chévere. Sí, dale, Lindita. Ricardito, están súper chéveres las últimas pinturas. Muy, muy chéveres. Very cool. So, while Danny goes for some water and coughs up like the three lungs, um, I'm liking it. It's kind of chaotic. I'm trying to make sense of a lot of these shapes that I'm putting down here, but trust me, they are drawing marks that I would need in order to kind of flesh out this painting. So I kind of know where I'm at when I put these down. Um, like I said, I have to recompose as I'm drawing. So I'm trying to fit a lot of information in what seems to be a very compressed moment of the painting. But I'm liking it. I think it's working pretty nicely. And I also feel that you're getting a better sense of, for example, in Fer's attitude, we were missing that. Sorry, we were missing that from the blocking. The blocking was just, it was concentrated far more in the color that was gonna be, essentially like the light side of her portrait. This big mass of color, but we were putting to the side everything that had to do with the specifics of that portrait. So if we wanted to understand the painting as kind of void, as this color consuming her, the minutia of her portrait, the features, if we wanted to see it as that would have been super cool. Like the fact that she's sucking in all this color, all this saturation from the sunflowers, and that is becoming so powerful that it eats up like her features, like the individual features of what makes her portrait. That would have been super cool. Like, I guess in my mind that's another painting, and that could have been like a super sweet painting to do, but that's not what I wanted. I wanted to have like fair attitude, just completely, almost like disgusted by, it's almost like she's searching for happiness or for energy or for life in these sunflowers, and she's sucking them up, and it's not enough. Like, she's still miserable. She's still like looking at you like, so what? Like, I sucked the life out of these things, and nothing changed. Nothing made me happy. I think that's a super cool character.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I think those sort of things are the things that we can start to get into by having like this new conversation that we're having based on the drawing, on the specifics. Um, and I'm happy about that. Again, a painting that was hinted at with the blocking has died, because that painting is not going to be possible anymore. But that doesn't mean that the painting that is going to be hopefully solved with this new encounter is going to be a lesser painting. Like it could still be like a really really cool painting. So I'm hoping that, like I said at the beginning, I'm hoping that the things gained are still powerful, are powerful enough to make you not forget, but to make you realize that there was another painting in here that needed to make those sacrifice, and in order to go through that, we just needed to acknowledge that we were going to say goodbye to like these things. But hopefully the painting that still bears, you know, its its reason for being in these shapes is going to be you know, a one that is justified. So one that makes sense with the choices that we're making. Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Em, Cosette Pineda dice hola. Y Cosette dice, qué belleza, eres increíble, esos girasoles son un encanto.
Uy, tan amable,
Hola
Cosette.
Cosette, ¿qué tal?
Cosette con la amabilidad extrema. Muchas gracias,
Y hoy no
doña
dijo hola
Cosette.
niños.
Doña, bueno, eso siempre se lo agradezco si me resta un poquito
No, a ti
a
nadie te
la edad
tiene que restar
cronológica, le
nada.
agradezco.
Yutaki001 was saying, I tried to paint a horse on the painting of St. John, and that took over 4 days with repeated changes.
Uf.
Nicolas, have you painted horses entirely from your imagination?
No, come on. My father could draw a you know, a kick-ass horse from his imagination. But my father, you know, his father loved horses. My father loved horses, loved cows.
Well, and because of what he studied, he had the knowledge.
Yeah, but my grandfather used to breed horses for racing.
No, but
For
I'm
horse
saying
racing.
that for you it would be complicated because I think you know
Oh yeah,
little about
right. But my father was a vet. But vets are not necessarily good draftspeople. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, just my father was very special. I feel he's not perfect by any means, but he was very. He was like absurdly intelligent and just, you know, in terms of like craft.
like gifted.
Oh my God, my father, Jesus. I mean, he had the ego to accompany that ability, but he could like take clay and make something. He could carve something. He could construct something. He could draw something. It was really strange, like how, and he could understand things like super easily. Like whenever you were like in a problem and you were like, oh, we have to tie, like you were making, I don't know, a tent and you have to tie some. My father it used to take him like 2 seconds and he used to be like, no, we can solve it this way. And you solved it the way he would say, and it was perfect. And it was like while you were drowning and trying to figure out solutions, my father had like the most gifted common sense that I've ever seen. It is crazy. But the thing was that I think that because for him everything just made sense, he used to think everyone else was stupid because nobody could see how things would make sense. And that made him like super hard to deal with. Like
Yeah.
really hard to deal with because he was intelligent and he knew he was so much more intelligent than everyone else that then he started treating other people like they're dumb, like they were stupid. And you can't do that. And like ultimately that's what harmed him as a person. And that's what made him like super tough to, you know, deal with as a human being. Like, and if he's your father, of course, that makes him tough. But in terms of his ability, oh my God. Like it was annoying. It was very annoying. Like even for my mother, because my mother is the artist. And for you to see somebody who just like effortlessly does something that's far more sophisticated just because he wanted to, it was like, ugh, it's like annoying. It's so annoying. So he could draw horses from his imagination so beautifully, like so beautifully. I remember one time he was doing this thing in order to help like farmers understand how they could feed like cows during like times where their crops weren't growing and how they can make silos so that they could feed, like, they could feed cows properly and stuff like that. And so he wanted to make like a little booklet, like
Mm-hmm.
like super simple illustrated booklet
Mm-hmm.
of the things that they could do, and he asked me to illustrate it. This is I was maybe, I don't know, 18 at the time or something,
Mm-hmm.
19 or something, because I think I ended up doing that one time I came back here,
So
when I was
maybe a
studying.
little bit
So
older.
maybe 19,
Yeah.
yeah, 19. And so I would have to do like the farmer, just chopping down some potatoes and pouring stuff into a barrel, and then I would have to draw these cows. And I was doing my best at doing these cows. I was like, because he was like, draw super simple. This is for like farmers. They just need to understand it super easily. So
It's super straightforward.
yeah, it just needs to be like,
Clear.
they
Yeah.
need to read something, look at the image, and be like, yes, I get it. Perfect. But still, I was like, Dad, it's like a cow from imagination, and you want me to do all these cows. And I was like, this is not easy. And I did my best at drawing these cows. And my dad was like, that's not like what a cow looks like. I'm like, Dad, it's a freaking cow. I don't like, you can make like a donkey and put spots on it and it looks like a cow. And he was like, no. And he took my drawing and he just like drew on top of it, like, joop, joop, joop. And I was like, oh, fuck me. That's a cow. And he like fixed my cows like in 2 seconds. And in my mind, I was like, why are you asking me to do this? Like you idiot, like you do it.
Maybe he didn't
Like
want to do
clearly
it.
you can do this better. Clearly you know exactly what you want. Like, why do you want me to do it? But I ended up doing it for him and he was super happy. And he ended up giving all these, I think that was something like super cool that he ended up doing for a bunch of farmers, like in a ton of like regions here in Colombia. It helped them out like greatly. So it was very cool. But yeah, but that was my dad. But in terms of horses, no, I think I can draw, because I think I can paint like a pretty cool horse, because I have painted horses. But I need to be, looking at a horse. I can't, like, I mean,
Or
I
you would
could,
have to study.
yeah, I could
Like you.
draw like a kick-ass Pictionary horse very quickly, I feel.
Hmm.
But no, if you want me to paint a horse, no, like that, I need more time. But I think we did that week, which is very,
The elephants.
yeah,
Yeah, I
very
had that in
arbitrary,
mind.
but very cool.
And it has a
Where,
lot to do with planning things, because I think in that sense you did.
yeah, yeah,
I mean, because it's not like, as you were saying, I mean, if you want to do a horse by memory, you would have to study a lot of horses so you could do
yeah,
it. It's not like you just go there and do it,
yeah.
because
You can't just
there's
like
not
Kim Jong
knowledge. You
Gi
can.
it, like,
And Kim Jong Gi is like a being of other planet, but also
but he says he
you
has to study too.
exactly, that's what I was going to say. You can't take away from him all the hours he has to study things, to like exercise his memory in that way.
Yeah, yeah,
Like I imagine that his like visual uh compartment in his brain, crazy.
yeah.
It's
And his
crazy because it's
understanding, I feel.
crazy educated.
Yeah, yeah. But he speaks about him having to look at stuff, like saying, "Oh, I wanted to draw a tank." And then I spent an afternoon like drawing tanks. And the thing, what's remarkable about him, and what's otherworldly, is that what would take me 4 weeks to begin to understand tanks, maybe Kim Jong Gi just takes a week, or maybe 2 days.
Yeah, and he
And he's
doesn't
like, I get it.
do a tank. He does like a tank that's transforming into something
Yeah.
that's like rolling from a hill.
Yeah, yeah,
It's just
yeah.
crazy.
He can understand how, like, he understands wholly
Yeah.
these things that he investigates.
But nonetheless, he studies
He has to.
things.
Yeah, he has to.
So,
So, yeah, no, I don't think I could do. So, my point was like, there are people that are gifted that can do. I think that they are able to. If you told them, hey, could you draw this horse for me? Like, some people are just going to be able to say, oh, I think I understand what a horse looks like. And they can access that understanding super easily. and very, very efficiently and very quickly. And they don't have to be the best of drafts people. They just have to have, like, they are gifted with that understanding.
Mm.
And I think my father was one of those people, for example. I think Kim Jong-gi is one of those people, but he also draws. Like,
Hmm.
my father would understand it, but Kim Jong-gi understands it, but also sees it as a drafts person.
And
So
added to that, he studies.
yes,
So it's like adding and adding and adding layers of
yeah,
like knowledge to what you're gonna do. So
yeah. So short answer, yeah, I think I could do a kick-ass horse, but like everything else that I paint, I think I'm dependent, let's say initially, on painting it for either a long time or painting a lot of it. A lot of it so that I can understand it. Begin to understand it. Let's not be so generous with myself. But I think I eventually can, because I think I understand myself as a painter. And I've always said this, like, if I understand myself as a painter, I don't think of myself as a painter that can do a head, but that can't do a flower. It's like, what? You're a painter. You should be able to just paint. Like, you should be able to just say things through painting. Like, what's the difference? What's the difference between saying something through a portrait and saying something through a flower when you are translating them into paint? Like, if you have chosen to say things through paint, it's because you can say a myriad of things through paint. So I trust myself that I could do a good job, but I would need time.
Rawan was saying, "Oh, I love the Elephants Week."
I liked it too. In many ways, if I always feel like if our painted lives could be like that every single week, just like, hey, we've never painted. I mean, in many ways it was like that, but not quite in terms of like subject matter. But if we could do that all the time, just say like, hey, we're gonna paint something, but I mean, because I was gonna say we're gonna paint something that we've never painted, and then my brain just suddenly gets like, okay, that is so overwhelming. It's like, what do you mean paint something that you've never painted? There's like infinite amount of things that you've never painted. So what is, I don't know, like, what is that gonna do? Like, what is that gonna prove? That you're painting something that you've never painted? Like, when can that stop? That doesn't stop ever. So I don't know. I don't know if that's like an end goal, but I do feel that in terms of feeling constantly, um, you know, almost like looking at the world with like these wonder, like filled eyes. Um, it's amazing when you paint stuff that you've never tried to paint before. It's really amazing. So there's nothing quite like that feeling.
Um, Grant Middlebrooks was saying hello. Hey, Grant. Gil Robles
Mhm.
or Gil Robles
Mhm.
was saying, yeah, I finally catch the live stream. Always watch the replay. Oh, that's awesome, Gil. Welcome to the live stream. The
Always,
live
always
stream.
always a bridesmaid, now a bride.
What?
I don't know.
I think you took that from the that was a quote.
No, that's a saying.
No, yeah, but do you remember the last time you heard that saying? Because I do.
Always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
In the
Never the
Making
bride.
the Cut, the
Really?
designer, yeah,
Yeah.
the one that made brides clothing dresses. She said that.
The
Like,
one that.
I was always the bridemaid, never the bride. But I think she said that when she won,
Oh, I
like
don't.
an episode. So
Oh,
I know it because that I've never heard that as a saying.
Oh, really?
And when I heard that, I was like, "What?" And you're like, "Yeah, that's a saying." Blah
Oh,
blah
I
blah.
don't remember. Like,
So I
I'll
think
be
it
super
was
honest with
like
you. I
incept.
don't. Maybe it was in my brain,
Yeah,
but I don't remember her saying it.
yeah,
If I have to be like super honest with you.
yeah. But that's where Making the Cut, Nicolas. Greñas
Greñas. So we're
Greñas.
I'm
No,
gonna
no, no,
talk more,
no.
Danny Lira.
No, es que no sé qué está pasando, me atoré, pero
No,
no
no,
pasa
because
nada.
you're coughing a bit. So
Pero no pasa
let me
nada.
talk. Let me try to talk more, which is
Pero es que
annoying
hay
because I know
preguntas
that people
buenas.
like. Okay, but try not to talk too much.
No,
Danny.
pero estoy bien, estoy bien.
No,
Sí, créeme, créeme.
okay.
Greñas dice, hola Dani y Nicolás. Hola Greñas. Dice, Nicolás,
Señor.
¿sabe de algún lugar en Bogotá donde se puedan comprar buenos pinceles? Me gusta mucho en especial ese que está utilizando para dibujar.
Pero Greñas, este vale como 4,000 pesos en la Panamericana. O
Sí,
sea,
Greñas, ese es...
este es pincel Cóndor, creo que son de Brasil. Sí. Y son re baratos. Y los compro en la Panamericana. Siempre los tienen. Este nunca no lo he visto.
Pues por lo menos a la que nosotros vamos.
Sí, nosotros vamos a Unicentro, que es que vivimos cerca de Unicentro,
No,
entonces
pero
nos
ya
queda.
estás dando mucha información,
Y si me
Nicolás.
quieren mandar
Sí,
plata
y la
por Nequi,
dirección
ya
y
les
el
mando mi
piso
Nequi, mi
y...
Davi Plata, ya se los
¿Y a qué
entrego.
horas vamos todos los días?
Ujú, y que nos gusta almorzar, pues si nos quieren dejar algo en la portería, gracias.
Ay, eso me acordó la vez de las 24 horas que decían que nos iban a mandar pizza, ¿te acuerdas?
Y nunca mandaron,
No, pues
perros.
que te pasa.
¿Qué les pasa a ellos ofrecer
Eh,
pizza y no mandar? No.
no, además ese día tú no comiste nada.
No, no comí nada, pero piqué todo el tiempo, horrible.
Yo sí me hice sanduchito
¿Tú
de
comiste más?
mantequilla.
¿Tú comiste ese día lo que
Más
comes
que-
normalmente en 4 días? Yo decía, ¿por
Es
qué
verdad,
estás
cada pausa,
alimentándote como si te fueras a la luna? O sea, ¿qué te pasa?
cada pausa de 5 minutos
Tú ibas y te hacías un
me iba y
sándwich.
me abría unas salchichitas
Sí,
de las de tarrito.
yo te veía y yo decía,
Luego
y
me hacía un sándwich.
esta que se está quedando es dormida porque no
Luego,
hace nada.
pues de
Y,
tanta comida.
y parábamos 2 minutos para que yo fuera al baño. Y tú, uy, ya me tomé un Red Bull y unas salchichas.
Sí, sí, sí. Sí, esa vez yo comí. Buen festín.
Sí.
Yo fui comiendo 24 horas
Y
sin
tú-
parar.
los dos hicimos récords distintos.
Sí. Julia dice, mi papá también es bueno en dibujo técnico y a veces me dejaba boquiabierta. Me parece interesante pensar que en esa época tenían esa materia en el colegio.
Yo tuve, Julia, y apesté.
Yo no.
Apesté en dibujo técnico. Lo detestaba.
Mi mamá dice que le iba muy mal.
Uy, yo lo detesto.
Es que mi mamá es divina. Mi mamá dibuja. Es que,
El
sí,
pingüino. O
no,
¿qué es lo que sabe
un
dibujar?
champiñón,
Sí.
como un honguito,
Sí.
un pato.
El
O sea,
pato, el
pero
pato,
todos
el
así,
pato, el
sí.
pato, ya me
Pero ya
acordé.
me hacía un honguito para decorarme los cuadernos, me acuerdo.
Pero me acuerdo que ella nos contaba que le pagaba a alguien o le hacía que alguien le hiciera los trabajos de dibujo
Ujú,
técnico.
sí. Y es muy chistoso porque mi primito a veces le dice, ay, dibújame tal cosa. Y le dice, ay, dibújame una vaca. Listo.
No, pero una vaca.
¿Una vaca?
Es
Y mamá, sí,
jodidísima.
míralo. Y luego dibújame un perro y siempre le dice, Gigi está igual. Porque
Sí,
mi mamá siempre hace el mismo. Lo que pasa es que si es caballo, le hace un poquito más larguito el cuello. Si
le
es
pone la
vaca, le
palabra.
pone manchas.
Si es vaca, la pone haciendo
La,
mu.
sí, y le
Ahora el
pone
perro
ure.
solo borra el mu y pone
Sí, o
guau.
le pone correa y ya. Cacaíto dice, yo sí tuve dibujo técnico en el colegio y me iba al pelo, jajaja.
Uy, no, yo nunca pude. Lo
Yo no
detestaba.
tuve, yo no tuve.
No.
Yo tenía artes y yo hice telares,
Ah,
yo hice pues dibujo, pinturas.
no.
eh,
Tuvieras mis clases.
No, mis clases de arte eran chéveres.
No, las mías sí no.
La de los telares era chévere, lo malo es que cuando uno se equivocaba de línea le tocaba deshacer todo y la profesora era un poquito brava.
Pero
Pero
eso es normal.
igual yo me la llevaba bien con ella. ¿Es normal que?
Pues que uno se equivoque y deshacer cosas.
Sí, pero es que si tú, o sea, si tú te equivocabas y ella a las 3 clases te decía, ay, hay un error en tal cosa, y es como, pero todo esto, o sea, te tocaba desarmar todo, para
Pues,
poder llegar a ese. Hasta que no hagas un telar, no me...
no, entonces no,
Mm,
nunca.
mm,
Ay, no, pues la
mm.
doña Telares acá.
No, ya ni me acuerdo, pero era
Doña
muy chévere.
Telares.
A ver,
A ver, no hable. Give me a question
No,
and
pero no
then
sé
you
por qué me
can
dio
take a
todo.
break.
No. Y Cacaíto dice, también tuve mecanografía,
Yo
que no
también.
me sirvió para nada, pero ajá, colegio de monjas. Y una carita sonriendo con una lagrimita.
Yo también, Caqueiro.
Cacaíto, ¿y siguen dando mecanografía?
No, yo no creo. No, ya no. Con Compus ya no.
Pues pero es que cuando Cacaíto estudió ya había compus.
Sí, de pronto no querían sacar a la profe de
Sí.
mecanografía. Y digo la porque normalmente eran profesoras las que daban
Sobre
mecanografía.
todo en colegio de monjas.
En mi colegio eran dos profesoras de mecanografía. Uy, madre.
A ver.
Y tapaban las letras con cinta aislante negra, jueputa. Y
Las-
yo que no tengo fuerza en esa época, yo no tenía fuerza en el meñique, mi amor. Entonces yo no podía hacer mi A en la mano zurda. Imagínate, yo no soy zurdo.
No, tu mano
Mi
zurda, tu
meñique
mano
es zurdo.
izquierda no sirve de nada.
Mi meñique zurdo que es seguramente en mi cuerpo el pedazo de cuerpo más estúpido que tengo. O
El
sea,
pedazo de cuerpo.
sí, esto
Más débil.
no sirve para nada. No sirve para nada mi meñique zurdo. Y esa joda era la A. No, marica. No, no, no. Yo me acuerdo que yo hacía y que uno tuviera que hacer shift, o sea, shift A. No, mi amor. Shift era como levantar 3 kilos con el pulgar. Porque esas teclas eran pesadísimas, las que hacían que el rodillo subiera, como que cambiaran las teclas hacia mayúsculas. Y no que el rodillo, pero sí, que cambiaran la joda para mayúsculas. Hijo de puta, después tener que espichar esa
Nicolás.
A mí me temblaba el dedo. Me temblaba. Si yo no era capaz de tocar sol en do en la flauta, porque el meñique no tenía fuerza, imagínate uno haciendo mecanografía. No, 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 no.
Cacaíto dice, no tengo idea, ojalá que no, y si era una profesora, Coco. Me pasaba lo mismo del meñique, a mí se me metían los dedos entre las letras y me lastimaba tenaz.
Bueno, yo sí le atinaba la letra a Caqueiro.
A ver, ¿dónde iba? ¿Dónde iba? Después de greñas.
Lindita, una tosida más y terminamos.
¿Terminamos?
Pues no, nuestra relación.
Sí, ¿qué te
Es en
pasa?
una semana.
Nine, tan
Pero
bobo.
no, 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 porque estás o dejas de hablar y yo hablo ahí sobre lo que estoy haciendo, pero no, pues no tiene mucho sentido que estés como,
Pero no sé por qué me dio tos.
mi amor, el universo quiere que no hables tanto. Me está regalando eso, me está dando ese regalo. Entonces tenemos que aceptarlo.
Julia Tover dice, uy, a mí sí me sirvió mucho la mecanografía. Me gusta dármelas cuando escribo sin mirar el teclado. Pero yo puedo escribir sin mirar el teclado y no tuve mecanografía, la verdad.
Además, obvio, ese es el tipo de cosas que Julia se sentiría orgullosísima.
Además, ¿quién ve a Julia cuando escribe? ¿Cómo así? Se siente orgullosa.
Fijo ella en la
Es
universidad, como,
como...
ay, escribamos este trabajo en grupo y ella,
Y miraba así, sí,
¿qué?
a la
¿Qué?
persona que
¿Qué
le
me
iba
estás diciendo?
redactando.
¿Qué me
Dime.
estabas diciendo? Discúlpame.
Sí, sí, ajá. Sí, sí,
Mm,
sí.
Pues no tiene que hablar así.
Es que estaba moviendo los dedos mientras miraba hacia otro
Sí,
lado,
sí,
era mi
ah, sí,
actuación.
sí, sí, ah. ¿Qué es eso, Julia? No hable así.
Rowan dice, was saying, Nico, at what point did you notice your drawing skills were getting to a good level? Was there a certain
Never.
systematic method that
Mm-mm.
helped you learn drawing?
No.
What exercise enriched your progress the most?
Oh, no, I still think that I'm not good at drawing, to be super honest. I think if I have to evaluate myself and look at what I do, my drawing is super weak, dude. I have to be very, very honest. I'm usually like the bigger struggles that I have with the work that I do always have to do with drawing. Like I'm I don't struggle that much with things that are inherent to painting. So I do see myself as somebody who's very comfortable painting, putting painting down, but drawing, I struggle a lot. I don't think that's I do think that at times you can get better. Like I have noticed with myself that there's been moments in my career that I've been a sharper kind of drafts person because of the amount of attention that I've had to do to put to drawing. But I think over the past, I would say 5. No, no, because I think I was drawing also better when I was working on the in the notebook when I was doing the smaller notebook paintings. I was drawing a lot better. Like I see some of the paintings that I did and some of the drawings that I did, and right now I feel that they are a little out of reach of my own ability. And I think that's normal, but I also realize that that it's never been something I'm strong. Like I can think of, I probably wouldn't stop talking because I would number the hundreds, countless of artists that I feel are like genuinely really really good at drawing. I mean, if I look to my left, I have a Jean Paul Leon just hanging. Well, not hanging, but it's leaning in my wall, and he is a draftsperson that I will never be. Never. Like I could draw for 1,000 lifetimes, and I don't think I would ever be as good as he naturally was, and as hardworking as he was. But he was that special of a draftsperson. So I mean, you can work on things, but I just think that in the same way that in life, like things are sometimes easy for you and things are tough. Like for example, because we hear this from Samu, but Samu says, "Oh, geometry is like super difficult," and I would say, "No, geometry is actually like super cool. I thought it was super cool when I studied." And then Danny and I get to talking, and Danny says, "Chemistry, I never understood it," and I say, "Oh, I understood chemistry perfectly." And I'll tell Danny, "But I was horrible at physics,"
Hmm.
and Danny would say, "Oh, I got physics perfectly. Like I understood physics perfectly." So I think in the same way, there are things that are just tough, that are just like difficult for people. There are, drawing is one of them. Drawing can be one of these things that some people can understand very easily, very quickly, and they don't like whenever we see challenges, they just see something that's simple.
Hmm.
They see something that can be resolved simply, and they don't get it when people say, "Oh, this is tough to draw." And it's like, "What are you talking about?" Like for me, perspective has always been like that. If I have to do like if somebody told me, "Oh, bird's eye view of this like, street scene." Sometimes when I was and what was terrible is that I had to get better because I was doing storyboards when I was working at the illustration studio I worked on.
Mm-hmm.
But I dreaded when maybe, I got a job and it was storyboards and it was like, okay, establishing shot or like first shot, first sequence. It's like bird's eye view of a crowded street in Times Square. And I'm like, what? No, don't make me do that. It's like, no, don't, please don't. But there was somebody that worked there, a friend, John. John was just brilliant. He would he would make crowded scene, bird's eye view, Times Square, taxis flying by, um, with 4 lines. It was like, yep, that's what the scene is looking like. That's what the scene is going to look like. He understood it so simply, so simply. I always thought he was a genius. He was an absolute genius. So I do think that there's things that you could take courses on perspective and do a ton of like exercises that are going to help you be better or more competent, let's say. And I'm very sure that if I said, you know what, for a year or 2 years, I'm not going to draw people. I'm just going to draw streets and buildings, and I'm just going to do, buildings in different perspectives from below, from above. That's going to be my work for the next 2 years. I think I would get better. Like, I don't see why I wouldn't get better. But first of all, I don't know if I want to do that because who wants that? But
Well, maybe,
Antonio Lopez would want.
or John, your
Yeah.
friend. I mean,
Oh no, he wasn't. He was just gifted.
but there's people that are attracted to. I mean, we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago. That there's people that see like super entangled patterns, and they're like, "Yes, I want to spend
Yeah.
a whole month painting that."
Yeah, or people that do like photorealistic
Yeah,
stuff and they trace their drawing and then they're like, yes, pores.
yeah,
It's like, what?
yeah,
Wrinkles and pores.
yeah.
Oh my God.
So,
Shoot me. But yeah, so I don't know. There's your the regular places where you can just get good at drawing. If you have like a drawing group, like an open drawing group, if you could take a drawing course, if you would just want to do it by yourself and you want to look at PDFs of books or get some Gumroad tutorials and then just practice, 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 practice. I mean, this is you're not gonna get good at drawing in like a month. Like drawing is something that you have to earn. Let's be real. So if you're thinking that you want this like little pill that is going to make you really good really fast, no, then drawing is not the place to search for those miracle
Yeah. Well,
things.
the pill is doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it.
Oh yeah, but it's not a happy little
No,
pill
it's not.
that's gonna.
There's not a pill. I
No,
mean,
there's nothing. Nothing. The hard work. That's all there is. Hard work, repetition, consistency, challenging yourself. It's tough. It's a tough road. So, yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to say anything that everyone doesn't already know, but if you can do it through, if you can do that, if you can go through your process of challenging yourself, of working your ass off, um, if you can, if a gifted teacher or a gifted and generous professional can accompany you in that process, yeah, that makes it a
hmm,
thousand times easier
hmm,
and a thousand times more enjoyable. That's also very, very true. If you have somebody there that is either because they're your teachers or because, or simply your coworkers that are just willing to share information with you and willing to help you grow and willing to give you pointers, and they take their, from their own time, they take um, you know, moments to help you out and to help you solve things and to show you what in their experience they have understood as ways of solving those issues. Those are amazing people. Like if you can do it like that, that's the best. But if not, um just um yeah, but hopefully, and I know you're not saying this hoping that there's like a miracle cure for not being competent at drawing or or being good but wanting to go to the next level. I don't know. I think it's experience. Like I often think about the way I used to draw when I was at the studio, and I always remember myself being so much better at so many other things, but it probably had to do with me drawing for like 12 hours a day every day for 3 years straight. Like that's crazy. That is crazy. So I do think that if you get like a job that is pushing you, if I had problems with like urban landscapes and I suddenly get a job in like video games and I have to do a ton of concept work that deals with like urban landscape, and it's like there's no way out. It's like that is the work that you have to do. I'm sorry, but you don't choose your work. This is the work that we were given, and you have to just get good at it. And you're going to be for years just doing this thing that you dreaded. Like I'm sure that at the beginning it's going to feel like hell. Like it's going to feel like the worst thing ever because you're going to feel like an amateur, and you're going to notice that your work just suddenly takes a dive because you're not capable of showcasing what you're actually good at. But then you start noticing that it's like everything else, that it just took time, and you're gonna, by the end of that job that you had, when that video game comes out that you had to do hundreds of these concept works, you're gonna be better. Like there's no doubt in my mind that you're gonna be better, no doubt. And again, if you have like great professionals by your side, if you have an art director that's intelligent and they can give you pointers or they can help you understand why maybe you're having trouble, um oh, you're gonna get better. You're gonna get so much better.
Julia Tovar
Mm-hmm.
was saying, I totally feel that. I have worked so hard at being good at drawing, and then I met people like Daniela Cunha that just draw out of nowhere, and it's like, Oh well, at least I have color.
Yeah, yeah. Daniel, who is our well, their family is our neighbor. Our neighbor.
He is.
Um, yeah, but when I met Daniel, also like that's some people are just special. Some people are just I remember he has like a horse, like the head of a horse that he did with cardboard.
Mm-hmm.
He used to have it like in his studio
And
upstairs.
cardboard, as in like
Like
collage, like.
he rolled no like a sculpture,
Okay,
and
okay.
he rolled cardboard.
Oh, I thought it was a drawing because I've
Oh
seen
my
drawings that.
god, no, you should see this horse. Like I was like, Are you kidding me?" Like this dude was just he's just intelligent in his decisions, and he's different. There's sometimes you meet people that are just different. There's no other way of putting it.
Because I remember seeing the clouds.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, he's so good.
yeah, he's brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant. So there are people like that, and it's fine. Some of us have to work, you know, 10,000 more hours than what the other people have to work to not even be at the same point that they get to. To not even be. Like, we're not even going to share this space. They are so advanced that they're always going to be, just ahead of us. But, this is not about us, and this is not about them. This is not about like how what who am I as an artist when compared to them? Like nobody says that.
No.
That it's sad because in jobs and sometimes in jobs and many times in institutions, like they're sadly because you have to evaluate everyone and you're trying to find one very effective way of evaluating a ton of people, you end up sadly comparing people, or you're
Mm.
giving, or at least you're not being clear enough with your students so that they understand that you're not trying to compare them. But the easiest way to fall into that trap is to realize, wow, I just got like this lesser grade, and they spoke of my work like this, and she got this higher grade and they spoke of her work like this.
Mm-hmm.
So in your mind you're like, these are the reasons why I am a lesser artist than her,
Yeah.
because you start listening to all these critiques, and you start shaping like or you start giving body, like your shortcomings, this, you start creating this body for your shortcomings that is composed of all these criticisms or all these things that they don't tell you but they do tell other people, they do say to other people, or they acknowledge for
Yeah,
other
that you
people.
end up understanding as voids.
Yeah. And it's very sad. It's very, very sad that we as teachers don't really take our time to say, what I'm saying to her is because it's good for her. And what I'm saying to you, it's because it's good for you. And yeah, it sucks that I have to give somebody a higher grade or a lower grade. But maybe let's look at a higher grade just as, hey, what was the intent of this homework or this presentation or this, whatever thing that you were doing? Like, what was the intent of it? And if they went, if they not only accomplished that, but went above, beyond what was asked of them and then made something that was very cool, you have to like in some way say, that's really cool. Like
Mm.
I have to, give you props and say there's this grade that is going to say that you went above and beyond. But aside from that, it's super sad because we I don't know, like I think that, for example, as artists, we're always gonna, I trust that we're always gonna know when there's somebody better. I really do. I
Mm.
really feel that it's so easy.
But the
Like,
sad thing is that when you acknowledge there's someone better, you try and compare yourself, as you were saying.
oh, inevitably, yeah.
And it's sad because you could acknowledge that and continue in your path.
Yeah.
Because, again, as we were saying, as we've been saying for a lot of videos, it makes nothing. I mean, you get nothing by comparing yourself and trying to see your flaws because of other person's art
Yeah.
or work or whatever. Because that's that person's path. I mean,
Yeah.
and they have their own flaws and their own maybe obstacles or things that are hard for them, but that does only matter in their journey, not in yours. So it's sad because, for example, as you were saying in the university, sometimes you understand the critique of someone else as something that's like resonating with your work.
Yeah.
And it's hard to it's like a hard pill to swallow because you're like, I'm never gonna do that. I mean, I'm never gonna get there. But it's because you are trying to understand what you're doing with someone else's work.
Yeah. It's really tough, and the world has become like so based on competitiveness, and people have also become so like, hey, you just need to like grow up and know where you stand, and know how good you are, or you have to get better. Like people have become like super, I don't know, I think it's even like hateful with themselves when they say like, hey, you're just not good enough, or I'm sorry but get good, this is not for you, this is, you're not ready for this, or
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that that's like, if I would encounter if every single moment felt I was um like I got into a situation where I had hoped for a different result, and suddenly I crashed into this reality of things not working the way I wanted them to work. For me, for example, was getting into some galleries that I wanted to get into, or winning some prizes that I never won, or catching the eye of a curator that I thought was going to be like completely enamored by my work, and they felt it was like nothing. It was like forgettable. Um, but I think when you start to believe that you just suck. I mean, I'm sure there's competitive people that just say, "No, I just have to get better." But then I don't even understand what better is. Like, I understand pushing so differently
Mm-hmm.
today than what I did when I was like early 20s.
Mm.
Like early 20s, I thought pushing was just, I just need to be better. Like better meant, I don't know, bigger paintings and more complex paintings, and just like bigger commitment. So if I painted 12 hours a day, I have to paint 14,
Mm-hmm.
or I have to paint 18. It's just, I don't know. Like today, I think pushing is such a beautiful thing.
Yeah. And
Like,
also pushing reads very different to different people,
yeah,
which is something that I think institutions should know.
yeah,
Because pushing can be super good for someone, as you were saying, with the personality type that is like, I'm gonna work harder, I'm gonna work more, I'm gonna do and do and do. But I think there's other people that if you push too much, you just like break them
yeah,
and they just don't want to do anything anymore.
yeah,
And it's not because it's not like, oh, stop being lazy and work. No, it's just because pushing again does not read the same and does
yeah,
not work in the same way or does not mean the same thing. I mean, as we were saying, it's a like maybe a dumb example, but when we were talking about CrossFit, there's people that need that like type of aggressiveness and like that sort of push to
yeah.
want to do things. There's people that are like, you, I mean, if you're pushing me and like yelling at me, I'm just gonna go.
That's me.
That's me too. I
Yeah.
mean, that's me when the instructor tried to like knock down my pesa weight,
Wait.
the weight I was lifting. I was like, I'm done. Thank you. Goodbye. So I think that's very, very important.
Yeah. I'm super into like positive reinforcement.
Yeah.
I'm like, teach me to love something. Teach me to love it. It's going to be, if you teach me to love something, it's like yours forever.
Mm.
And you're going to, like, it's going to feel, I mean, it's going to feel a challenge, but it's going to feel fulfilling, like so much more, like deeply fulfilling when you reach whatever it is that you want to reach,
Mm-hmm.
rather than just like yelling and screaming, or I don't know. I don't get any of those things. I'm like, hey, dude, no. Because if in that same way where somebody can teach you how to love something, and it becomes like this really important part of your life, somebody can also teach you to hate something. Like
Mm-hmm.
think of the teachers that we've all had that taught us to dislike something, and I
Yeah.
think that that's a crime.
Yeah.
And I know I'm using that word a little hyperbolically,
No,
but
but I get it because they just like drain that thing that you had, like that like. you had for something,
Yeah.
they just like drain it out. It's like you don't want to know about it anymore.
And it's such
You're
a
done with it.
incredible opportunity when you teach somebody to love something. There's something like, I don't know, it's so powerful about teaching somebody to have this purpose in life that they love. And
Hmm.
not to say that life has to have like this absurd, like super important relevant purpose, but there is something cool about wanting to do something, like the want to do something.
Yeah.
And so I do feel that those things usually start with teachers.
Mm.
And if you have a teacher that teaches you to just completely, like literally hate something because they've taught you that you're not good enough to do that thing, and it would be very sad if the only way out of it is like, oh, if you have like good character or if you have like a strong enough personality, you can overcome those things. And it's like, no, I mean, is that it? Is that really what you want to hear all the time? That you need to overcome people that were there, like they're there supposedly to, to be like some of the most important people in your life, and now it's about you having the strength and mental fortitude to like overcome every time they say that you're not, oh, you're never going to be good enough to do this,
Mm.
and now you're going to have to prove, and now you want to like prove them wrong and prove that you can. It's like, hell no, like find a way to make them love this, or find a way to, so that this has meaning for them,
Yeah, and I don't think that that translates to like teachers not being like honest about your work, or just like being overly cheerful and not like pointing out the things that maybe you have to work in, but it's like knowing how to do it,
yeah.
and knowing how to make you understand that what they are looking for is for you to get better in your own path. And it's not like, oh no, you're just the worst painter ever, don't do it, don't do it, because then you that would get into you and then you would stop doing it.
You know
But
when I felt most satisfied when I was teaching,
when?
when, like, let's say there was and I used to have this, people used to think that I was like super tough as a teacher, but when we used to have like presentate we're presenting the work of the week, or we had like a couple of week, like 2 weeks to do something, um and there were times like you have to evaluate stuff and you have to critique stuff. I always thought I was critiquing stuff from a good place, and I always knew I did a good job when I critiqued somebody's work and they didn't do super well. Let's say they got like a, I don't know, like a C minus, let's say. um
¿Cuánto es eso en
I
números?
don't know, like let's say like a 3.5 or something
Okay.
like that, over 5. And you know and they left at the end, like they would talk to me and they would say thank you, like I get it, I know, and I miss this and this and this, and I get it. And they were never angry. They were
Mm-hmm.
never angry at me. If anything, they were frustrated at themselves because maybe they knew that I was just lazy, and they acknowledged that they were lazy, or that they missed the point entirely, or they took a chance and maybe it didn't work, but never pissed off. Never like,
Hmm.
they would be there the next week in class and it would be a new assignment and they were working. And I was always happy. I was always like, yes, this is me doing a good job, because doing a good job as a teacher, yeah, it's hopefully like, you being the person that can um accompany people in their struggles, and show them manners to solve things that seem like unsurmountable. But also means that sometimes you have to be tough, but that they know that you're always hoping that your aim is never to like shame them or like to make them understand that they're not good enough. It's just that, hey, this problem was too big for us right now at this moment, but we have to be mindful of these things when we encounter this problem again.
Hmm.
And that's it. That's all there is to it. And when people were like super cool at the end of the semester, even though they maybe didn't get like a good grade, I was like, hell yeah, this is like, and they would tell me, I really enjoyed your class. I would be like, yes, that's a good job. That's I did my job.
Yeah. So let me read some comments around what we're talking. Veliko Djuric said, I have to say I'm doing some challenge right now and I'm drawing every day, something different. It really helps me. I'm much more confident now and getting better just by repetition. I'm 14 days in, so yeah, I'm in the middle of the challenge. Can't wait to do something different next month. And Veliko was also saying, in my art school, teachers were really cool and good when giving grades and critiques and explained that its grade is based on how much we progress.
That's great.
Yeah. Um let's see. Julia was saying what has helped me in the inevitable comparing of art world is the joy I feel when I see the amazing work of close peers and the joy of seeing them thrive because I
Mm,
know how hard it is.
that's very nice.
Yeah. Gil Robles was saying, I think it's good to have a mixture of that competitiveness with enough humility to be able to learn from peers. One can learn as much from their peers, sometimes more. Yes,
Oh
and I do
yes.
agree with that. Yeah. I remember um the day we were closing in the university the show of our final works,
Mm-hmm.
they were like making some interviews and I remember they asked me, it was like I was like on the spot because they had like a film recorder, and they were like, what's the thing that you are more thankful with the university now that you're graduating? And I said that. I said, like, you know what? Being around people, because I think that teachers have been amazing, but being able to be around people and seeing their process and understanding how different their process are, but how I can get things from those process to incorporate into my own process. And I don't mean like, oh, that's a cool painting, I'm gonna do like a rip off of that painting for my next assignment. No, but seeing how that person solved that problem and how that could be applicable to what I do and to my own problem solving. So I am 100% with Gil in that.
Yeah, I often say that when I went to school, the I think the teachers were amazing. Like if they would have taught in a garage, like it would have been amazing. It didn't matter if it was SVA or if it was any it didn't matter. Like you would have like I don't know, searched for those teachers regardless of where they were. Like I realized that in the end. Um but what ultimately made it incredible and what I think I was just lucky because it's pure luck that I am very lucky that life put me in a time in a span of years where so many talented people. I mean, it's very weird that so many like talented professionals right now came from those years in SVA, and it was just like a great moment to be in SVA,
Mm-hmm.
and that is priceless. Like that, I don't even know how to like understand that. Just as like pure stupid luck. It's there's nothing else because like why did that happen back then? It's just I don't know. It's just very very weird. But yeah, just seeing people work at that time was amazing. Feeling seeing young artists that are geniuses at like even at a young age, they're geniuses. It just being blessed enough to like seeing them work, it's it was priceless. It really was. So teachers were great. I guess New York is great, but nothing would have been like I don't think my education would have been the same if it wasn't for the like in my mind dozens of students that I still admire today. I still talk about them. I still write to them. I'm constantly looking at what they do as professionals. I'm still in awe of like how good they've become. Like all the projects like amazing projects that they have like started. It's incredible.
Tom Thumb Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were gonna do that.
Well, I did it, but differently.
Was saying that's a really interesting point. For me, it's about freedom of choice. I go for long walks every day of my own volition, for instance. But if someone said I had to or forced me, I'd stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm, Rawan was saying, how effective can learning be without having a teacher critique your work? I'm sure teachers speed up the process, but how possible is it to train yourself to critique your own work without a teacher? Stephen Bowman channel is really helping me with the learning process. I strongly recommend him.
Oh, Steve is amazing. Yeah. Super, super talented. Um, super fundamental stuff. So amazing. You know, if you're struggling to find a place to start and you just want to learn about basics of painting that are they're not basic. I mean, they are basics in the sense that they're like the building, you know, stones
Like
of
fundamentals.
yeah, they're the bedrock of painting. But if you're struggling to find a place, he's amazing. He's fantastic. So, um, but in your question, you have to. You have to. It's probably one of the most difficult things that you're going to have to do in art, which is eventually not depend on your teachers or your friends or nobody. You can't call your friends like at the middle of the night when you decided to do a painting and you feel insecure about it and you're like, I don't know. What am I doing? What do you think? And you can't figure it out. So now you're going to teach yourself how to depend on your friend to tell you if you're doing good or not. It doesn't work that way. Like eventually you're meant to try to understand these things yourself, and you're meant to train yourself in in doing one of the toughest things, like I said, in an artist's life, which is identifying why you're struggling or why something is not working, and not only identifying the issues, but understanding what you have to do in order to get out of those problems. Those are very, very, very tough things to do. Like incredibly tough things to do. There's that nobody, I'm sorry, but I wouldn't trust anyone that would tell you, "Oh, this is cake. Like this is super easy. Here's a tip on how to teach yourself how to identify the things that you have to work on and how to be self-critical." No, I'm sorry, but those are some of the most difficult things
Mm.
for an artist development, because you realize, like, when you're in school, when you leave, how beautifully comfortable that was to have somebody tell you what to do. And you may have disagreed many times, and you may have not been in the teacher's camp when they said, "Oh, I think you should have done something like this, or you should have taken this decision." And many times you were like, "No, I don't agree with you." Or many times when you had to do a particular exercise or something, the teacher would propose something and you would be like, "Oh, that's boring as fuck. Like, that's the most boring thing anyone has ever asked me to do. This is ridiculous. Like, I came here to do all these boring things." And then when you're by yourself, you're like, "I have no idea what to do. I have no clue what to paint, what to do." You start realizing, oh, it wasn't that easy to come up with something. It wasn't that easy to evaluate it. It wasn't that easy to say, these are my issues and this is how I can get, better at resolving them. It was very tough. It was very, very tough. Like being a teacher is like one of the hardest jobs in the world. And but that's when you realize, I'm alone. I'm I'm alone. There's nobody here that's supposed to help me with these things. This is all me, like 100% me. And I can't depend on anyone. I have to teach myself. I have to train myself how to identify the things that I'm good at, how to understand what my aims are, what my goals are, how to know if I'm getting closer to them, to realizing them, to executing them, or if I'm not, if I'm getting farther and farther with every decision that I make, I have to be able to say, why, wait, why am I doing this? Like, why is it so hard for me to, kind of keep in track, to like stay in my lane and understand that no, this was going to make it more difficult to reach this goal. It's very, very difficult. Uh, but it comes from like what we were saying with drawing, it will come with time. That's the only thing that is going to guarantee you that you're going to have a better chance at understanding yourself. Like time, hopefully accompanied by the making of challenging projects, and hopefully both good and bad experiences. Hopefully the bad ones won't deter you from keeping, like you want to keep going, um but yeah, that's the only thing that's gonna hopefully be there for you is your own accomplishments and your own shortcomings, and the way you find how to overcome them. Some of those ways are not going to be fruitful, and eventually you find a way that works, and you know that's I don't know, that's just it. To me, that sounds like life. Doesn't sound like something exclusive to painting, but that just sounds like growing up, you know?
Yeah, and I would say, I don't know if you agree with that, but I think that other thing that's very interesting is the fact that, I mean, we're talking as like this idea of teacher, quote unquote,
Mm-hmm.
as like a global idea of teacher. But I think that when you start to, like, when you study, when I studied in the university, I realized that not every single teacher, not every single teacher's approach to what they were evaluating was hitting like the exact sweet spot of my learning process. I don't know if that makes sense. So
Mm-hmm.
there were critiques of teachers of classes that maybe were not the class that I liked the most, or the class that teached what I was more interested in. But the way they approached the critique was very, very helpful for me
Mm-hmm.
to learn how to be autocritic, like to learn to see the flaws or the good things or the process or what they were pointing out in my own process. So I think that's also very important, because we can't think of the idea of teacher as something global that's always going to hit the exact point that you want to hear in your process.
Yeah, no,
There's
you're totally right. Yeah, and maybe I was thinking of like good teachers. I'm
yeah,
thinking of like those teachers that do connect with you and do make an effort into trying to like say, okay, this is the way I have to approach this
yeah. No, no,
person.
no. And I'm not saying it because you said it. I'm just saying it because we, as you, me, and in the chat, we're talking about like this idea of teacher. And I think that there were teachers that were very invested in my own process, but maybe what they would point out would be good, but it wouldn't be like that aha moment that sometimes happened with other teachers.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, again, there could be in classes that I wasn't that interested in. But I always wanted to hear what they had to say, because their way of seeing my process
Yeah,
was very helpful for my own process.
yeah.
So,
I used to talk with some of my favorite teachers that I used to talk to, um, that I thought were absolutely brilliant. Um, were people that, for example, one of them, she would tell me, I don't like painting. I really could care less about painting.
hmm.
And then I was never offended by that. Never, never, ever. Because when we would start to talk, there were so many things that we could connect with, like
Mm-hmm.
we completely connected with, that were incredible. And
Mm-hmm.
where I thought like, oh, she's brilliant.
Yeah.
She's absolutely brilliant. And I never felt like, oh, Fede?
I don't know.
Probably, yeah. I,
I'll
I
be
think
back.
I thought it was early. Oh no. Oh no, because yeah, she got in like half an hour later, last time. Yeah, so I know that painting, we many times are super defensive of painting, And every time like somebody criticizes painting, we tend to be like knives out, like no, I'm going to protect this thing that's sacred for me. Um, and the truth was that I had probably some of the most exciting, thought-provoking conversations with artists that were like, yeah, that this thing that you do, I just don't. It's not my thing. I just don't care about it. I'm sorry, but I just don't. Um, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I don't even know. Can I? Are the things that I'm drawing? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They're kind of showing. I was worried that the things where I was drawing in the bottom, you guys didn't see, and I was like, I wonder if like what I'm drawing right now, people are seeing. But I think you guys are good. This is a mess. Like again, it's one of those things that I'm remembering the way I used to make paintings, which was that I used to Frankenstein a lot of my paintings and say, I want this to happen here in my painting. I want this to happen here in my painting. I want this to happen here. I want this to happen here. And then the place, hola mi Fer, the place where they met and they clashed, I was like, I have no idea what has to happen in this middle, like, collision of a painting, but I need to make it work. And I'm noticing that this is very kind of old school for me, even that it's like it's such a beautiful mess. It's such a wonderful mess that I'm still surprised at how weird those initial decisions were. And I don't even know, if I have to be very honest, I don't even know if the decisions I'm making right now are better or worse. I think I'm fleshing them out a little bit more, but I kind of wonder if they're better or if they're clearer or if they provide something different than these other decisions provided. But I'm going with it. So
Um, let's see. Gil Robles was typing a quote
yeah.
from Irwin Greenberg that says,
Oh,
"You're always the student in a one-person art school. You're also the teacher of that class." David Lopez.
how do they know about? Cause is this Greeny? Are they quoting Greeny?
I know it says Irwin Greenberg.
Yeah. Maybe they had him at the league or at SVA or. I'll wait for their answer, but
Mm. So while they answer,
yeah.
let's see. David Lopez was saying, "Glad to catch the live." Hey, David. Cryptos en español was saying, "In the end, painting is the best teacher. Learn to listen to the muse. Seek connection to the quote unquote art spirit. All the masters are there."
Ooh.
Cody Winnicky was
Hey,
saying,
Cody.
"I've been thinking of applying for a faculty position at a nearby university, but it's nerve wracking thinking about the difference between that and an atelier where people seek you out specifically, which
Oh,
is the only teaching I'm used to."
oh, Cody, can I tell you something? A friend of mine that's a photographer, and he's an amazing photographer. He sent me this thing that a bigger university, like I think I worked for one of the bigger universities, and maybe the only university that would have like a bigger, the other private university that would have like a bigger budget for their faculties is this other university, and they're looking for a painting teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And this is very strange because usually their teachers like hold on to their jobs for as long as
Forever,
they
yeah.
can. Yeah, for as long as they can. And they're looking for a painting teacher. And he sent me this and he was like, "Oh, maybe you're interested in this." Because I used to always complain. Well, I think complain is it was grant was justified here. But I used to always complain because my salary was crap. And in this other place they would pay almost like double. So in this other university they would pay almost like double. And I was always like, when I was thinking about quitting, I was like, do I want to quit altogether, like teaching, or do I want to like trying to pursue teaching, but in this other place? and it was really good because they would invite me for thesis projects to be a
Judge.
yeah, to judge like other thesis projects. So it was pretty cool. Like I had a connection with them. They respected me, they respected my work, and they respected me enough that they understood that I could be a juror in a thesis project of their university, like outside their university. Um, but I read today, Danny, the things that you have to be willing to do, and the paperwork that you have to send, and the things that they're expecting you to do. And I was like, oh my god, that is
Mm.
like a full-time job. Like that is, leaving at 7 in the morning and coming here back home at like 8 at night
Mm.
every day. And I thought of myself right now and I was like, I don't think I want to do that anymore. Because what made me eventually, I had to like think of myself, like I thought I had to think of where I am right now. And I was like, why did I say goodbye to this faculty? Because there was enough great people there. Absolutely adored every single student that I had the chance of accompanying during that time that it was at the university. But I was like, why am I saying I have to go? Why am I saying my process is over in this university? And one of the things was like, I adore teaching, but not I don't like institutions. I don't know if I understand bigger institutions. I don't, when you quickly realize that what is fueling a big institution is money, because it obviously is, and they just saw teachers as like the biggest cost in the semester. They were
They
like,
always see how to cut the costs.
yeah, and the way they would cut costs was just by eliminating teachers or eliminating classes or classes they would offer. Um, when I very quickly realized how teachers were just such a, you know, they could think very highly of you at one semester and the next semester think that you're completely forgettable and that you really like their faculty and their worth depends solely on them and not at all on you, on what you have to offer. When I realized that you were
Dispensable.
yeah, completely, they could throw you out like anything. I was like, I cannot like what fuels an institution as big as this one. I just can't. I just can't convince myself. And this is like a bigger private institution, which means that they probably are fueled way more, in terms of like money. They take some chances or different chances, and their character is quite different from where I used to teach. But I looked at what they were asking, and I was even like curious. I was gonna tell you, Danny. I was even like, I'm gonna write and say, do you know what the salary is?
But were you doing that because you were thinking about the job? I
I'm
don't get
very
it.
I'm very curious about it. I'm very curious how they see the amount of responsibilities that you have, which seem enormous from the way they describe them, how what that is worth to them, how they understand the value of what you would do there. Because I don't think they would offer a lot of money, to be very, very honest. I don't think there's a lot of money in there. And for like the gravitas that the job seems to have, it seems like, okay, you're asking so much of these like teachers, and their their salary is never ever going to correspond to what you're demanding of them. um so I don't know. No, but if you're asking me if that's like a plan to go back to that, I think in the future
But
I
in
would
like
love
a future, because I
yeah.
was surprised because we've talked about this
No, I would
and
never.
you've never shown
No,
like interest.
no. No, Danny. I'm very curious. This is not a thing because I know. First of all, I know any decision that I make is a decision that right now affects both of us
Yes.
because our project is our project. So
Mhm.
so I would never make a decision without talking to you first. But no, no, no. And you've heard me say this, which is I wouldn't mind if in the future, and my future means like when my kids are going to college, maybe.
Yeah.
So that is quite a ways away.
No, no, no. And we've
Still,
talked about that.
yeah, that I don't know if I would. I kind of have an idea in my brain that I would like to go to, like if I could be a teacher at SVA, I would like that. I would actually really like that. But that is, like at least 8 years away.
Mhm.
Um, and that would mean saying, let's move to the US. But those are like bigger decisions. Because I like my school. I really do. I had such an incredible time in school, and I owe so much to my teachers there, the teachers that were there, that I would love to go back to see how that feels.
Gil Robles was saying, yes, I was a Greenie student
No
and
way.
math too,
Oh, no
from
way.
art and design, and also the league, part of the early morning paint group in art and design.
No way. So you probably painted with Steve then. When Steve was like super young. That's amazing.
Um,
Oh, Greenie was amazing. Did he take his eye out for you? He had a glass eye, Danny, and he would pop it out for everyone.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But he was, oh my God, Greenie. When Greenie would talk, he had a mouth like a sailor, but he was so like full of experience and life and like intelligence. He was incredible. He was incredible. He had like a super cool sense of humor. It was amazing. And he was a watercolorist. So
Mhm.
talented. Oof.
Let's see. Cryptos in Español was saying being faculty stops you from being a painter in the current university environment, and more, you need a PhD that usually means you spend 5 years reading and writing and not painting.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I think, Danny, that I need a master's degree to get into Los Andes. So I don't have that.
But also, again, you're saying you're just curious.
No, no, no. But even if I told you I'm gonna pursue this, which I wouldn't, which that I like those decisions wouldn't be taken like that. No, no, I'm being like practical here. I can't. I'm not. I can't. I don't fulfill their requirements, so I don't have an MFA. I made a choice in my life at that point, which was should I study or should I work? And I didn't have money, so my decision was super easy because I was like, I can't not say I can't say I'm gonna study because I need to work because I need to pay rent. So my choice was very easy.
Gil Robles was saying, no, Steve was before me, way before. I was the class of 83. Greenie was the best.
Oh, that's amazing. That's so cool.
Liad was saying, Nicolas just teach online. There are people that would sign up right now.
Thank you. That's next year though. Next year. Woohoo.
So, ¿dónde estaba? Pascal Novadrich
Ujú.
dice, hola, una pregunta algo básica, pero quiero salir de la duda.
No, por favor.
¿Cuál es la diferencia entre utilizar trementina y utilizar liquid? Cuando
Mm.
estás pintando, ¿qué tanto utilizas liquid y cómo lo utilizas? ¿Y cuál tipo de liquid utilizas? ¿Has trabajado con este Neomeglip de Gamblin? Neomeglip.
Alguna vez lo probé, voy a empezar por ahí. Alguna vez lo probé. Es como ese Neomeglip es como una versión súper. Es como cuando uno ve blanco, los sustitutos del blanco de plomo, que son como de mentira, que en realidad no se parecen a nada. El Neomeglip no se parece a nada al Marogé, al medio de Marogé, porque es que el medio de Marogé es cocinar aceite con plomo. Y añadirle double mastic, una resina que se llama mastic.
Mhm.
No, es distintísimo. Y ese medio es precioso, 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 es súper bonito, muy popular, más hacia el siglo XIX. Em, pero no, el Neomeglip creo que alguna vez lo usé porque lo estaba usando alguien en un taller que di. Pero no, yo ya no compro como medios así muy dirigidos hacia la pintura indirecta. Porque muchísima de mi pintura es como muy simple y, pues no requiere como de tanto, mm, digamos como que las capas o que lo que estoy haciendo entre capa y capa sea más complejo que lo que hago, que realmente es construir como sobre la capa y poner como, o sea, desarrollar un poco más lo que ya está ahí. Entonces, para mí no, yo no estoy tratando de hacer nada extraño, ni velar, ni hacer como scumbling, ni nada. Honestamente no necesito. Hoy en día no siento fundamental la ayuda de un medio. Pero esos son medios. Entonces, el medio que yo uso es un medio alquídico. Liquin es una marca, pero son medios alquídicos. Incluso se consiguen medios alquídicos sin solvente. Creo que Gamblin también hace un medio alquídico, un solvent free alkyd medium. Ese lo podría usar si está interesado. Y para lo primero, no, estos son medios, no son solventes. La trementina es un solvente, nunca un medio. La trementina se necesita porque, por ejemplo, la resina de amar solo es solvente en trementina, la cera solo es solvente, solo es soluble, perdón, en trementina, solo se puede disolver en trementina. Entonces hay muchas cosas que usamos en la pintura tradicional cuyo, digamos que el solvente que puede servir universalmente para muchas de las variables que utilizamos comúnmente dentro de la pintura es la trementina y por eso es que se usa la trementina, no es por nada más, pero es un solvente, o sea, es una cosa que está hecha para disolver. Nunca tiene, no aporta nada, no aporta absolutamente nada. Incluso, o sea, piense si usted estuviera pintando con thinner, piense el daño que le hace el thinner a las cosas o el barzol a las cosas, o otro derivado de petróleo, la gasolina a las cosas. Eh, nunca son cosas buenas. Entonces uno no puede ver la trementina como algo útil o bueno. No, la trementina es simplemente como un mal necesario, pongámoslo así. Pero nunca sustituiría a un medio. Hay gente que lo hace, así como yo soy terco y yo pinto en un pedazo de papel sin imprimar. Hay gente que dice, no, me encanta pintar con trementina. Y ahí, bueno, ahí uno dice, bueno, eso, o sea, ya la persona sabrá por qué le gusta pintar con trementina. Pero que sea algo
Mhm.
bueno para la pintura, no, nunca, nunca. Así como que yo puedo decir, me gusta pintar en un papel crudo. ¿Eso es bueno para la pintura? No, pero pues me gusta. O sea, reconociendo todo lo que es bueno, todo lo que puede aportar y todos los riesgos en los que puedo incurrir, pues igual eh, decido pintar sobre este soporte.
Peter Chan was saying, beautiful painting, Nicolas. Love the sensibility and the saturation pop out of those neutrals.
Oh, thank you, Peter. Big hug, Peter.
As if,
As if.
dice Nicolas, I've seen your work en el 301, so I
Sí.
have to ask,
Ah.
would you ever go back to teach a workshop there?
But I've never taught like a workshop there. One of my very, very good friends teaches there. So, well, he's the owner of
Yeah.
that studio. Um, he's a wonderful, wonderful painter. I think he's a like super kind human being. He's super, super dedicated to what he does.
Yeah, he
Probably
was
one
a
of the.
teacher of mine. He's a great teacher.
Oh, he's so good.
Yeah.
I always suggest it for the people that are here in Bogota as a place that you can go if you're seeking that sort of education,
Mm-hmm.
a very traditional sort of atelier-like education. I think he's the best at it. I think honestly, he's probably one of the very few people that teaches it. So it's your best bet is to go to him. Super respectful, like loves painting, loves history of painting, loves technique. Um, super super talented. So, but I've been there to work, just to be with Camilo, but not to teach. So no, so I would be lying if I said that I have taught over there. No, no, no. No, I'm actually very I'm I'm a little too different that from what he teaches. So I don't know how he would probably laugh if we talked about me going there to teach something, because I'm a mess. So
Javier Ugarte dice, ¿es idea mía o es la primera vez que retomas una pintura después de varios días? No, Javier,
what?
porque todas las
No, las que hemos
anteriores, sí.
sí, pues, o sea, no en esta, retomarla en esta manera, sí. Retomar la pintura, no, pues desde hace como 4
O sea,
semanas
como en
estamos
este
haciendo.
orden,
Sí,
sí.
exacto, pero desde hace ya unas semanas hemos estado haciendo este ejercicio, Javier.
Sí, Javier, entonces lo que pasa
Pare
es que
bolas,
no se ha
Javier.
conectado,
Sí, pare
Javier.
bolas.
Dean White was saying just joining in, but this was quite a bit ago.
Okay,
They were
so
saying
not just joining in.
no.
Okay.
I know it's probably not the point, but I really like how the two images are going together.
Yeah, that's usually like the toughest part when you start everything, when you realize how powerful drawing is as a tool, that it can gel things.
Mhm.
It can actually push things together, even though there might be like a really enormous gap in terms of construction between them. But drawing can just say, nope, let me grab all of these things together, and I can like, be the sort of adhesive that ties all of these choices. I find that fascinating, but and many I mean, I've done paintings where I let these things be. I let these marks be, and usually, like, I think we hinted about this conversation at the beginning, but there's a lot of people that ask me to leave it like that, and and they mistakenly think that this is a thing that I do, like that it's like, oh, this is like a Nicolas Uribe thing. It really isn't. Like, I always try to be grateful if you guys think that, but also very respectful to the dozens and dozens and dozens of painters that have done this, like, throughout painting. And it's nothing strange. It's no more weirder than first doing a drawing and then doing an underpainting. Honestly, doing a painting and then drawing on top of it is a very, very kind of traditional, like, also traditional way of rethinking things, of reestablishing things in your painting. So it has nothing, there's nothing strange about it or fascinating about it. It's just the results can vary. I mean, that's expected, I guess, but yeah, but there's been times that I like it enough to leave it, and there's other times that I'm like, hey, this wasn't the intent, so keep working. Like, don't be lazy. Like, I know it may look cool, but don't be lazy. There are other times where I like what I was saying about the painting of Samu from day before yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Yesterday, day
No,
before yesterday.
yesterday I wasn't here.
Yeah, day before yesterday. I just liked it.
We weren't here. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And no, I really I was hoping I could do this to that painting, but there was something about that painting that was just different. And I saw it and I liked it, and I was saying how Samu liked it, and people were like, telling me, stop, like, don't do any, like, it's done, which never helps, never ever helps. In this particular one, I remember Kenichi Hoshine, who's a great painter.
I saw the comment.
I studied with Kenichi. He's a great friend of mine, and an amazing painter and an awesome teacher. Kenichi was like, don't touch it, it's done, it's finished. And I'm like, dude, after all that, like, because in my post I was like, no, and I'm gonna paint this, and the purpose is to, like, redraw it and establish some things and rethink about what you're hoping to do with the painting. And he's like, no, it's done. Like, dude, you're not, like, that's so not helpful. Come on, man, like, help me out a little bit. Because obviously if those voices getting to your head a little bit, you start convincing yourself that maybe I shouldn't touch the painting. Like maybe they are right. Like this is looks pretty cool as is, and it's
As
very
if.
as if, and it's kind of easy to convince yourself that you shouldn't touch something because honestly, like it's already there. So you're like, I don't have to do anything. Like I just have to stop, and it's done, and people seem to like it. Um, so that for this one, I was convinced, like 100% convinced, because I knew this from the start that I was gonna keep working at it. With Samus, I started like it got into my head when I was while I was working. I was like, wait a minute, like did I do my like did I mess up? Did I do my job well? Because I am really liking what is happening here.
Hmm.
So that's not cool because I was telling people, hey, I'm gonna do this and this and this, and now suddenly I'm having to almost like walk back on what I said, but I don't care about that. Like honestly, I can make I can change my mind, as many times as I want. Like that is part of art. Like that's 100% part of art. So and I looked at it. I looked at it this morning that I was starting like another reward painting for our book. I was looking at it. I was like, I like this. I really. I mean, I said that I was gonna keep working at it, but I don't know. So for me, when I decide like, okay, let's put this in our page in our storefront, that's when I'm like super convinced. That's when I'm like, okay, like
Yeah, now I'm not gonna touch
yeah,
it.
I know that I'm done. Then I know 100% that I'm done, and that this is something that I'm not gonna touch more because it's one of those things where I don't know, it's when it happens, and this was a sort of painting that I was like, yeah, it's it works as is, and um I like having a reminder that it works as is. So
Emily, painting elk, was saying, I love Fer's expression here, Nicolas. By the way, I splurged and ordered Schmidt's a la prima too on your
ooh,
recommendation.
nice. Oh, you're
Looking
not
for
sorry, Danny.
looking forward to digging in and finding out all the things I'm doing wrong. Haha. And a crying laughing emoji. And they were also saying, just to be clear, I'm not looking to paint like Schmidt.
Oh, don't worry.
Not not there is anything wrong with that. I just feel I need more technical info on oil painting since I'm basically quote unquote untrained.
Oh, Emily, you're gonna love that book. I paint nothing like Schmidt. I wish I had that brushiness and that ability. I mean, his ability is just, I don't know. There are paintings of his that are just masterful. I really do think that. There's not every single painting for sure, but there are paintings of his that you look at them and you're like, that is incredibly masterful. He's a terrific teacher. He was an amazing painter. And no, you don't have to paint like him to be able to get a ton of very valuable information from that book. That's a terrific book. One of the best for traditional painting, um, like let's say uh, American sort of post-impressionistic painting that is figurative, because there is a schooling to that philosophy, but he's tremendous. He's absolutely tremendous. I really feel that you're not gonna feel like you wasted your money. It's a great investment.
Mm, let's see.
I think I'm almost done, Danny Lira.
Oh, you let me know.
Yeah, Danny Lira.
Tokiro.
I thought we had time with Fer because she got here half an hour later last time.
Yeah,
So
but also it was raining, so
yeah. That's always makes it worse. But
um let's see. Laura was saying, are you familiar with Blake Newbert?
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
do you feel about others taking his technique?
Yeah.
A lot of Ad Nerdrum students' work are familiar and look exact copies as well.
Yeah. One is different than the other, I feel. Both of them should be, I mean, it's something to think about, I guess. But the Blake thing, yeah, well, I mean, I think it'd be important to acknowledge that somebody has done whatever, you're doing. Somebody did it before and maybe had kind of really cool reasons to reaching those formal ways of solving an image. I always think that the person that did those things at first, even if they did them, I don't know, more crudely, or if, even if you look at something at somebody right now and say, oh, but they're doing it better. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the person that did all the hard work to try and figure out things and try to have it make sense for them, I think there should be an acknowledgement to those people. I really do. Now, I'm also like a firm believer in that in art, you can start from anywhere you want. So if that's the starting point that you choose, just emulating something that is super technical and super easy to emulate, I think that that's like fine. I mean, it's your life, like you do you, but I think that that's very little. I think that if you are searching for your own path and you want to start there and kind of stay there just because you're emulating or you're replicating something that's like this proven formula, in the sense that the other person has showed you that people can react well to those things, so that something just works, and you just want to have like some of that feeling, you want some of that little bit of glory. I don't know. I mean, if I was a teacher, I would call it out immediately. I would just be like, hey, come on, dude, like, fine. You like, get it out of your system. You wanted to do this exercise, great, but let's keep going. Like, turn the page. This is not where you're going to find answers. Like, and I do think that a life in art has to be a life that is searching for some sort of answer. And so it's kind of sad. In terms of like an Ad Nerdrum studio, I guess that could be a little more justifiable because it is a studio. So in some ways, it's what's expected of a studio. If you look at Grand Central or Florence Academy, like, that happens quite often too, or like the Barcelona Academy. Like, people end up working in very similar fashions. These are like places that are like technique driven education, like institutions. So technique can be very, very heavy at times, very, very heavy. So it's very probable, and it's to be expected, that a lot of people's work is just gonna feel the same or look the same. I many times don't understand. I can understand if a painting manner is can be similar with people that belong to like a particular school. What I don't like is when what they paint and how it feels is the same. It's like, where are you in this painting?
Yeah.
Like, let me know you when I look at your painting. But if I know nothing about you, if I know everything about your teacher, when I'm looking at your painting, like, something's going wrong. Like, that's not what art is. That's not what painting is supposed to be. So, yeah. So I think that those are different things, but one is more expected than the other. But yeah, like I said, if that young person was my student just trying to emulate, and I think we've all seen it. Every one of us has seen it at some level, that you see somebody's work and it's like, oh my God, they're doing, like, this dude is doing blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Like, we've all seen it. And hopefully good teachers call those people, like, call them out respectfully. It's like, it could be like, hey, this reminds me a lot of blah, blah, blah. Just so they know that you see it.
Yeah, or
I think it's
cool
important
that you're studying.
Yeah,
blah, blah,
exactly.
blah.
Or you just go with it from the beginning. You just tell them like, hey, it's very nice that you know the work of her, and it's really good that you're paying an homage to her, and it's very nice that you've accepted like that what she is doing is something akin to the experience that you want to have.
Hmm.
Fine, but let's like I acknowledge it. I think you did a good one of those, but we have to move on.
Hmm.
Like great, fine. But like there's nothing in their experience, you're not going to find your answers.
Hmm.
Like it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible for that to happen. So you have to work hard in the same way they worked hard to find that thing that moved you so much that you wanted to emulate them. You have to do that to yourself. You owe that to yourself. So you can't just stay there. You cannot stay there. So and I would find a nice kind of respectful way, but very a very clear way of saying, hey, I see it, I acknowledge it, but it's not here. Like this is not
Like
I'm
the
sorry.
end of the
Yeah,
road.
this is
That's
not
not
you.
like
This is not you because I'm not able to evaluate you. If every time I look at your work, like this dude is doing Blake's work and Nicolas Amori's work. So every time, if I'm looking at your work and I'm just thinking of Blake and Nicola, like why do I care about you then? Like there's nothing about you to care about. So
Hmm.
so yeah, I would be tough on that because I just wouldn't want that to happen to anyone who's a young artist. That is just losing a precious opportunity to learn something about yourself. So not under my watch, I would say.
Julia Tovar was saying, gotta go. Great combo in painting today. And a
Thank
heart
you,
emoji.
Julia.
Chao, la Julia. Nos vemos mañana. A ver.
No, Danny, I think I'm good. I think I'm done.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I think we're good. So, a few hints of space. I don't think these are going to
Mhm.
be important in the final painting. I
Mhm.
just wanted to have. I just wanted to see the angles of some of these shapes.
Yeah.
Just to hint at some sort of perspective, and just to give this sense instead of like more atmosphere, just to make it feel more like a room, like a specific room, even though there's no point in making it specific. Like that's it doesn't. I think the painting is about these things. I think these things speak about interior. I'm very cynical about flowers and interiors, so I do want it to. This wouldn't be the same painting if it was outside.
Mhm.
Like if there was
Like
foliage
landscape.
and
Yeah.
like blue sky and the sun was kind of like
Yeah.
filtering through some foliage, like speckled light. No. This would have been a completely different painting. But I think the it's almost like the flowers are here to die. When
Mm.
flowers are in our apartment, they are there to die.
Yeah.
How long do flowers last in an apartment? A week,
I don't
most
know.
at most.
In hours.
Oh, 2 days.
Yeah, and they putrefy
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The water. They turn the
our
water.
jar.
I know that like there's super bad energy in our apartment, but no. But seriously, it's I do think that flowers in here. That if you bring flowers into your house, yeah, you're making them super pretty and they smell nice, but they are going to die. You know where they're going in a
Yeah.
couple of weeks' time. They're going into the trash.
Which also it's weird for us to have flowers.
Very strange. We
Yeah.
don't usually have flowers
Never.
at all.
No.
Yeah, I just don't. I love flowers outside. I always say this. I love flowers that can enjoy the sun, and if it rains, they get their water. And if a bug wants to eat the flower, it eats the leaves. And I love bees outside, just getting pollen from the flowers. I love that. I love they belong outside. I love it. When you bring them inside, welcome to your death. So like I said, I'm just being quite cynical about it, but I like that idea. The way I feel about the having all these flowers inside, especially having sunflowers. It's like you're gonna see the sun through a window, or maybe I have the blinds down. and you're going to sense the sun, and you're going to want to turn towards the sun, but not really, because you're here to die. Uh, so I'm taking all of that, kind of dumb, sarcastic stand, and making it into a painting where she Fer, but she's representing like us human beings. Those flowers are there just to make us feel nice.
Hmm.
Just to make us like, look at this, look at how beautiful nature is. I can't wait for it to like, wither and die. Uh, but this is for us. This is for us this is to make us feel better. This has nothing to do with like the flower. And so I like that eventually all the like everything that was beautiful about the flower that we associate with blooming flowers, which usually equates to like high chroma and color. I always speak about this. Like, think about think about the world 1,000 years ago. Think of where high chroma came from. It was nature. That was your source of high chroma. That's where you found the best examples of color. It could be in like these wild birds and feathers. Obviously, it could be in dyes coming from natural resources, but it usually was like flowers and fruit. Like that was your source of richness in color and chroma saturation. So I really like this is a play between your knowledge that we associate a sunflower with this richness, but how that richness, how that like almost primitive idea of saturation is what's fueling Fer into, hopefully a higher state. Maybe it's justifiable why she's draining all these flowers and getting all this color from them. But in the end, you realize, no, look at her. She's miserable. And Fer is not miserable. She's playing a role here. So please, thank you. But I thought she was wonderful at playing that role because she's this girl, like youth. Like there's nothing more joyful than youth. So just looking at Fer just be completely, like horribly depressed when she's holding all these flowers. To me, it's just priceless. So that's it's a dumb little painting, but I think it's I laugh. Like I find it fascinating. So we'll see. We have to wait for this to
Dry.
dry. Yeah, which should be dry by tomorrow because can we see the palette, Danny?
Of course.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So all we did was use liquid and just some magenta, which is a transparent, semi-transparent, I would say. There's far more transparent colors, but it is quite transparent, and we're using this color and we're aiding the drying time of this color when we're doing these drawing notes. So it should be dry by tomorrow. What we would have to do next in order to paint on top of this would be something that's kind of weird. And it's the equivalent of like oiling it out. And it's just so that we can paint on a fresh surface. But a fresh surface, it's not the same as when you first painted the painting. It's going to feel quite different. And when we put like a very thin layer of liquid on top of a painting so we can paint into the liquid, it feels really, really strange because at first it feels like you're thinning down your paint a little too much. But eventually, maybe an hour and a half into the painting, the liquid becomes super tacky. It gels and it becomes super, super tacky. And then, you understand the surface, not as this slippery mess that was, present at the beginning, but you start seeing it as this like tacky thing that is it's like grabbing your painting. It's very, very grabby. And that's when you can start to play around with how you put paint down. So it's a strange painting because in many ways it's kind of classical in the sense that there is a thickness which is not really thick. Now that I'm looking at my painting, like I wish I would have put way more paint down, but there is a volume, like a sculptural volume to the painting that is not going to come from us now painting opaque over opaque, like thick with very thick paint. No, we're actually, because we're painting into a wet layer of liquid, the painting is now going to behave really strangely because it's going to feel like you're glazing, almost like you're painting these these like thin, just a very stretched out layer of paint. And you're going to realize that the thickness, the apparent thickness of the paint is not coming from the volume that you're applying in that second layer, but the or third layer. This would be that, like the next layer would be the third. But it's coming from the painting that's below, from the quality of the surface that is below it. And that's kind of interesting. That's a super cool way of painting. It doesn't mean, obviously, that you can't start to apply like impastos on top of it. Of course you can. You can do anything you want. But when you start to play with the quality of the surface that was below, and you're like putting far more, let's say, sensitive layers of paint or sensitive brushstrokes on top, that the result is quite beautiful. It's quite beautiful. So that's what we're going to do when this dry. But we're not going to do this tomorrow. We're going to actually go back to one of our first underpaintings, and we're going to paint that one tomorrow. So I think that's, and hopefully, I don't know if, maybe we'll do an early session so we can try to see how far we can take it. I don't know if we could take it too far. I'm going to do something that's kind of cool tomorrow. So if you can join, if maybe you have the time to join, like when we're probably going to do one of our earlier sessions, live sessions. If you have time, that would be awesome. If not, you can check the video after we post it. But yeah, but that's going to feel different. I'm going to do something that's kind of atmospheric and super cool. Well, hopefully. But yeah, that's it. So should we look at, Danny, could you pass me Samu's painting just to see, maybe show the difference between them, and we can say goodbye?
Yeah.
Because we had a longish session. Yeah, that's pretty long today. Thank you, Daniel Ira. So, same palette actually as today, but there is something about the roughness of these shapes, the bigness of these brush strokes.
Do you want me to zoom in?
No, it's okay. No,
Sure?
I think this is okay.
Okay.
The edges I think are really rough and nice. When I was looking at it, like all I could do if I kept going is just say, oh, I'm gonna say nose better. I'm gonna say now mouth better. But ideally, I should have left this in a very big state, like I left this one, but I wasn't able to do it because I got too excited about the painting. But I really like it, so we're gonna leave it as is. I love the hair. I was complaining at the beginning that I was gonna try to tame that shape into like understanding it as a more geometric shape, and I wasn't able to do it because I mean I kind of was, but not really, because Samu's hair just refuses to be tamed. So, that's a wonderful thing that can happen in a very kind of straightforward painting. And I think that if I start to try to find all these like contours and edges, and if I start enclosing it, which is what naturally happens when you try to find contours and try to push drawing, I think you're going to miss something. So I'm happy saying, I think what I sacrificed here is going to be present in something like this. And I like that they both can exist in the same kind of universe. So anyways, like I said, this is at our storefront, which is our webpage, which is our paintedlives.com. For the people that are new, everything that we do eventually comes up for sale in our webpage. That is how all of our videos are free, and how we're able to stream and to not like put anything behind paywalls. So if you're enjoying it and maybe you want to support us, know that the coolest way that you can support us is by purchasing a painting.
Yes, so let me grab it.
And that's about it. So yeah, so I think tomorrow, thank you, Danny. So I think tomorrow we're gonna start with another Fer painting, because this is like a trilogy of Fer. Another fair painting that is quite different from this one. It's gonna be, yeah, pretty different, but I think it's gonna be very cool.
Va a ser la tercera pintura.
Oh no, Danny, that's not even like good.
So,
So let's say goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you could say goodbye.
So
Nicolas, your phone is
yeah, I'm just checking to see if someone
Showing.
had written. So we'll see you tomorrow. I think it's gonna be an early session.
Mhm. You already said that.
Yeah. And for those of you who are new, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. Consider also ringing the bell, because the only way you're going to know when exactly we're going to be here tomorrow in the early session
Is with the bell.
is if you ring the bell. If you click on that bell, and you'll get, and be sure that you have notifications on for YouTube so you can get notified when we go live. The coolest thing to understand, the coolest way to understand this channel is to understand how we see it also, you know, in the relationship that we have with you guys, which is like, you guys are our company. Like, you guys make painting bearable and you make, you know, going through a bunch of hours of painting just kind of enjoyable. And if we can be the same to you, for you, if you are working on your painting, or if you're working on your job, or if you're doing something completely different, if you're going grocery shopping and you just want to listen in, and, you know, from time to time check in, you know, as to how the painting is going, that's awesome. But honestly, it's company. And
Yes.
I think we'd like to believe that it's like the coolest definition of company.
Yes.
So, yeah. So we'll see you tomorrow, and we'll keep going with these, with the further construction of these paintings. They're very different, and the way we're going about them is quite different. But the end result hopefully can be very telling for you. Maybe if you've had doubts as to how going through a process, how very different the resulting painting can be when the construction process varies greatly from one another.
Mhm.
Maybe this can shine a light on some of that, and maybe you can give it a try.
Yes.
Remember, this is not a way that I invented, or no, this is a way I chose to work because it made sense for me. But you've seen me do the whole thing backwards in the past couple of weeks with other paintings by doing them more traditionally. So, you know, there's just such a myriad of ways of producing paintings that why not attempt to, you know, have them become a place where we can really, really learn from what it is to, you know, to make the making of a painting, the act of making a painting, and how varied the results can be, and how, you know, your brain can go through these processes and just, you know, you're making it work in so many different wonderful ways that I don't know, that to me sounds so satisfying, and it sounds so challenging, but like a good sort of challenge. So if this is like a way of inviting you to try those things out, that's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. And our hope, I think, would be, if you find potential in this, and if you make it way more cooler than anything that I could ever do, oh my God, that would be amazing. That would be amazing, because then the cycle sort of, you know, the serpent eats its own tail. Like, I propose something to you, and you do something 100,000 times cooler, and then I'm going to sit back and learn from everything that you've done, and I'm going to then try to like incorporate that into my work, and I'm going to, you know, send the ball right back to you. And that's how we keep things going. And that's what's so exciting about sharing our process. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes.
Love you guys. Hopefully Danny, I'm talking a lot because Danny shouldn't be talking, honestly. But hopefully Danny feels a little bit better. Let's
Yes.
cross our fingers.
For
And,
Dua Lipa, please.
Yeah, I think you're going to be good.
I hope.
And we'll see you tomorrow then. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.